Welcome out to GCS Ballpark. You've got YBM Cast with Brian French and Coach Tony Perkins. Coach, say hello.
Hey.
We're out here watching some BP. We're getting ready for the ball game. They got the kids out here swinging the bats. We're going to just chat up a little bit. Hopefully we'll get some of these coaches out. I don't think we're going to because they look too intent on watching these kids hit, Coach.
Yeah, right now they're down there doing their job, trying to find a stick that they can get a hold of.
Exactly. I think Kevin said
that was Tyler Whitworth, the last guy just hit from Hazelwood West, lefty. Wasn't bad.
We saw Tyler out at a PBR event at Sports Barn last fall. I like the kid. He's got good size too.
Yeah.
He's a big kid.
6'4".
Yeah. 200 pounds.
Good kid. Good sized kid.
Exit velo on from PBR is 90. I mean, if you're at 90 as a, what is he? He's a 2023. He's a junior. Exit velo is pretty good, isn't it?
It is pretty good. You got Zach Johnson hitting now from Webster Groves. He's a 2022 right-handed swinger.
These are all the Missouri kids, aren't they?
Yep. Next is Peyton Mills from Troy. Taking a little time in between putting the blast motion on the knobs of their bats so they can get the readings on them.
That's how big is that right now, Coach?
Pretty big. That's just I don't really understand it, so I stay away from it. But there's a lot of people out there that get it, and once some stats are out there, you got them. That's what PBR is all about, getting them a good number so coaches can recruit that way.
That's a pretty good shot right there.
There it left.
That was a one hop the wall there, 318. That's pretty good. That's pretty good poke.
Yeah.
That ball got out there quickly too. I always look at that. You know, you can hit a long way, but then it's a matter of how quickly did it get out there.
Yep. And they got a big monster wall here at GCS.
They do. We got as he's finishing up, Troy Buchanan. He's also plays at in the summer with the Midland Bandits. Troy, you play Troy all the time, don't you, Coach?
Yep, they're in our conference. Gotten a lot better. I don't like it.
Elmendorf, though, he went into
he kind of turned it around.
Yeah.
But now he's out, and Justin Rogers, there's a good shot.
Yeah.
Justin Rogers is the head coach now, who was the head coach at Winfield at one time.
Okay.
But he does a good job as well. So.
Well, that kid swung. Troy Buchanan, he swung a pretty good stick there. He had some pretty good shots. That last one, that line drive to center, that was pretty good off the bat, showing some pop.
Those are the ones I like. The line drives up the middle. I'm not the big launch guy. Back to Johnson from Webster Groves.
So they're getting a lot of tape on these kids. That's nice. When you're watching BP like this, Coach, what are you looking for out of a kid here?
Hands, feet, balance, and how the ball's coming off the bat. Some dudes hit the ball and everybody pays attention. Those are the guys you want on your team. I mean, I've had guys in our batting cage they start swinging, everybody just stops and watching, and you know the sound and you know what it looks like.
Like that?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was pretty good. When you're, let's talk a little hitting here real quick, since we're watching these kids swing the bat. Mechanically, I don't know. I'm sure you've taught mechanics and whatnot, and gone through these things. What are a couple things that you can give out here to people listening? Just a couple of pointers when they're working in the cage.
Well, the biggest thing that's going on these days is launch angle. When you look at the bigs and they got the big high leg kick, and their bat plane goes from low to high because the professionals are all geared towards hitting home runs, and they don't care if you strike out. Well, in our high school scene, you don't get very many kids like that. So, but if in the summertime people are teaching them how to swing up on the ball and get loft on it, I mean, I'm not a fan of that at all. I mean, we only got maybe one guy a year that can maybe consistently hit a home run. Mm-hmm. So what we concentrate on is middle, and then middle and oppo, and then because I never really talk about pull because usually that just happens on its own. But I'm a big middle guy, and we do a lot of things, drills to keep the ball in the middle and look to get line drives, hard ground balls. That's how you're going to win ball games, string them together. I mean, I can't have, 3 strikeouts an inning. It doesn't give me nothing, but I get somebody on base, I can bunt them over, or we can steal a base, or they can commit an error, and all of a sudden we scratch a run, and we're winning. It's a good thing.
There you go. And it's funny, as you say that, we're talking, I see this a lot in baseball. I saw it the other night. I forget, I was watching a ball game. I think it might have been the Dodgers. And they had 2 on, no outs. 2 on, no outs, first and second, and the next 3 guys struck out, just as you said. And that's the major league level.
And they don't care about that. That's okay with them. And making millions of dollars.
Right?
Uh-huh.
But at some point, fundamentally, is, the game is, do you think the game will change back to the other way around?
It just depends on how these kids progress. I mean, high school kids aren't physically mature enough in the first place, especially you get to 9th grade, 10th grade, and they're still growing, and they're starting to lift, and they're starting to get stronger, and as they get into the college level, they start weeding themselves out, because you don't know who the good players are, and all of a sudden they stay with it and work hard and do what they're supposed to do. They might end up being a launcher. I mean, that's fine if you're strong enough and big enough to get it out on a consistent basis. I'm all for you, but I don't get a whole bunch of those in my high school.
Here, this is Cannon Stuckey. Now, we saw him. He's got his exit velo at max is 101, so he hits the ball a ton.
Yeah, he was on our futures game down there. I helped coach that down in Atlanta, and he did pretty well, real well, in fact. He hit the ball well, and he kind of competed. Seemed like a hard-nosed kid. I liked his effort. His
pop times, 185, 195. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the game. But he's a big kid, isn't he?
Yeah. He's been in the weight room. You can tell that. That's good.
6 foot 205 catcher. He also, and this is something we'll probably see him do. Did you guys see him pitch down there? Did he pitch for you guys down there too?
I think he did. It might have been just 1 inning though. I can't hardly remember what happened though. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's all right. It's all right. It's been a minute. You slept since then.
A couple times. Here's a kid from Jackson.
Okay. Number 2.
Yeah, 23.
Grant Dotson. Yeah. That's a gapper, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
See, I like that right there. That plays in my, and as you were talking about earlier, as you're seeing where he's going here, see right there, you pull off that outside pitch, and 9 times out of 10, you're grounding out to the shortstop, right?
You're rolling over it, and it's an out. Yep. You gotta let the ball travel a little bit. You hear coaches say it all the time, but I don't know that the kids understand what they're talking about there. I mean, you got a right-hander up there and a right-handed curveball coming. You just got to wait a little bit and not try to do too much with it. Just bang it to the right side and get yourself a base hit, or fortunately enough to get in the gap, you got double, triple, or down the line. You're getting extra bases. I mean, you just can't try to do too much with stuff. You see a thumber go out there throwing 72 miles an hour, you think it'd come out of your shoes. Most time you're going to be popping up and you're going to be out.
Let me ask you real quick then, when we're talking about hitting this way, in high school, during the season, you may see a pitcher a couple times, 3 times, or a junior, senior, you're seeing him 3, 4. You have a little bit more knowledge of the guy you're playing against. Is it much more difficult in the summertime when you really don't know some of these pitchers at these big time tournaments?
Well, I can tell you how I know when we're going to see a guy. You walk into the yard and you see all the SEC schools coaches there, you know you're in trouble because they're not looking at my guys most of the time. That's a true story.
Oh, mercy.
Yep. Then I'll go and talk to them, the coaches, and say, "We got a guy going today, huh?" Yeah, you do. Okay, great.
So
makes us better, though.
It does.
That's why we do what we do.
But do you think that's more difficult for the kids? They haven't seen this guy. They really don't know what he is.
Oh, summertime, it's the level we play. It's there every weekend. You're going to see 90, and you're going to see 90 plus here and there. I mean, those might just be spot guys, but they're not going to be pitching the whole game, But you're going to see 90 every weekend, and that's why people make the choices they do, so that you can see that pitching all summer, and then before long, anybody can hit the fastball, at some point in time. After
Right.
everybody's been weeded out, those guys can always hit the 90-mile-an-hour fastball, whatever it is. Like Nick, my son, told me that, like when he was in the minor leagues, he goes, "It don't matter how hard they throw, Dad, every one of us can hit it out."
Right.
That's why they got to pitch it a little bit and throw the off-speed and throw the sliders and changes and whatever else they got to keep them off stride.
I think that's the most difficult thing for hitters when you're understanding when you're up against a guy that isn't just throwing a fastball. And you've got to understand in the count where you're at in the count, understanding what you might see. And if you're guessing, you're in trouble.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Most time you just sit on a fastball, and if it's off speed, you got to adjust on that, and if you can spoil it, whatever. But you always look to hit the fastball. I mean, most pitchers want to get strike one, so most pitchers are throwing fastballs right away, unless you're a stud there in the 3-4 hole. They might start you off speed, but most time you just sit on fastballs, high school, and go to work.
Yeah. These kids have been hitting the ball there's a lot. I will say this. As you were talking earlier, launch angle, like this young man here, he doesn't have this just big size, but everything is a pop-up because he looks like the Cody Bellinger swing.
Mm-hmm.
This is just my opinion, nothing toward the kid.
It's hard to see with that. They have a tent behind.
They have a tent.
Right behind home plate, so that's kind of rough for us to really analyze and look at a swing that way.
Right. And that's true. But every time there, I could see his back leg kept collapsing. And everything kept popping up in the air. And we're just talking baseball here, folks. There's nothing against kids or anything. We're just talking.
This is Bryson Naputi from CBC. Strong kid.
Yep. And he's also a pitcher as well.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a nice shot.
He's pulling it.
Yep.
Hard.
6'8", 160 with 92 velo, outfield velo. And his exit velo off his bat is 92 as well.
It's impressive. There's a good shot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a kid after my heart. Line drive up the middle.
He's hit a lot of line drives, a lot of stuff through. It is mainly pull, isn't it?
There's a nice shot. Left center.
Yeah. That might not have been catchable because that had some good velocity. That got out there quick. And look at it. He's a pretty compact young man.
He's a good-looking kid.
Yep.
This kid is too. Ushold from Parkway South. He's a 23 as well. Coming out, whacking it up the middle.
Who's it, number 11?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got a 90 exit velo here.
It's good.
And these are all numbers we've pulled off of their site, off the PBR site with their information. So it's been, I think it's the latest information up to this point.
Well, Coach Moulder's not going to get guys that aren't very good.
That was a shot right there.
Yeah.
That was a nice gap shot. Well, these are invitation only.
Yeah.
And so, the invites go out, and I'm sure, you're looking at kids that...
They're talented.
When you talk about this type of talent, when you're coming to these types of things, Coach, I know everybody wants to talk Division I, but that isn't realistic for everybody. We know that, right?
That's correct.
But let's, outside of the Power 5, SEC, that kind of stuff, when you're talking Division I, there's still quite a few programs around here that are Division I, aren't there?
Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of, they call them lower D1s. I don't care what it is.
Right. Yeah.
The find is just to find a place you can go and play. I mean, if it's D2, which there's a lot of great D2s, there's D3s, JUCOs. JUCOs right now, to me, is the best route to go. If you're not committed to your junior year, I would look at JUCO myself, and that way other avenues can open up. because you got all these guys that are looking to get drafted, so they didn't get drafted out of high school, so they go to JUCO for 1 year. You can get drafted after 1 year. You can get drafted after your second year. When you're in D1, you can't get drafted till after your junior year. So, I mean, those are all choices, families have to make. And there's nothing wrong with JUCO. I mean, it's been really great for a lot of people.
I think it's interesting with the JUCOs is there's quite a few around, and then, what's the difference there if you're going to get an opportunity to go there and play, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to going to a program that maybe will say, okay, yeah, but you may not even play, and then what if you kind of get left behind? They bring in another guy in front of you.
Absolutely. You got to look at that. That's part of your homework. You got to look at the roster, see who's come back. There's been, with the new rules where people can get a transfer and not have to sit, it's really messed up the whole deal there. I mean, because usually if you transfer, you'd have to sit. Now it's like they go to the portal, and that's what they call that, where those kids go in the portal, and then guys can just pull these kids off the portal and get them in their program. I lose a shortstop, I'll just go to the portal, get me a transfer from Tennessee, or somebody who's not playing at Tennessee, or that's what goes on. And even at Jeffco, or even at Merrimack, all of them do that. They're looking for those drop-down guys that come. Then maybe they go to D1 and it doesn't work out for them. They go to Ole Miss, it doesn't work. You go somewhere else.
Right. Well, you were just saying earlier you had a kid that transferred to Murray State, played with your son from Alabama,
yeah,
right?
Right, yeah.
I mean,
Sam Gardner. Yeah, he homestayed with us. He was at Alabama for a couple of years. Didn't really kind of work out for him. He had been to Walter State before, and Dan Skirk is the head coach at Murray State, and so he had that connection. So he threw the last 2 years at Murray, and so he was teammates with our son Ryan. And so we got to know him, and so he came out here, played for the Grizzlies, and played. This was his home field this summer. We had a blast. It was fun.
There's a lot of that going on across the board, and it's funny. I think it's happening. I think it was always kind of something that happened more in baseball, but you're seeing it happen in football now.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, basketball.
Yeah, the portal is crazy.
The portal thing is just something else.
So there are all kind. I like the thought process of the JUCO. I was Kevin and I on the last show. We talked about that because he had a JUCO event up in Kansas City, and there are so many kids, but there's only so many opportunities. And we just saw that last round by Bryson Naputi. I mean, he was hitting the ball deep. That ball was traveling. And
got Zumwaldi's kid, Luke
Abishan. It'll be interesting to see because I know he pitches too, but I don't think he has quite the. I think his velocity's in the low 80s. It'll be interesting to see what he does here. I think he plays for PBA, Premier Baseball Academy, in the summer. He's a senior this year. He had a pretty good year last year.
What getting back to that portal stuff, I mean, what really hurts is the high school kid. Because instead of just going to get that high school kid, they go get a seasoned guy who's got, a little bit of season underneath him, a year or two maybe somewhere else, and they're bigger, they're faster, they're stronger. High school kids left out.
A little more mature, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's going to take a good 4 years for that to work itself out, I think.
Well, and, here you have a kid that maybe isn't quite as developed. A JUCO route can give him another couple of years to develop as well, correct?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. That's why you do it.
I mean, you get a little stronger, you're lifting weights.
You get out there in the sticks, so there's nothing else to do but lift weights and hang out with your baseball buddies and swing the bat. It's perfect.
Probably keeps you out of trouble, too.
Exactly.
Justin, you're going to have to get in on the conversation over here, bud. Oh, we'll get you mic'd up, bro. My trusty engineer over here, he's just kind of sitting, because you just finished up baseball just 2 years ago, didn't you? Yeah. And what Ryan just finished a couple years ago too, didn't he?
This last year was his last
year.
Yep. Yep. He did the COVID year.
Yeah, you've been on this field a couple times, haven't you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we were out here when it was cold. Played up at Hannibal LaGrange. They were trying to find fields because it was cold. It's wintertime when you start playing baseball.
I know about that.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, gosh. It was blizzard cold almost, man. Your hands. I don't know how some of these schools, I mean, high school's bad enough, but college, man, they're starting in February.
There was still snow on the field.
There was still snow on the field? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I experienced that myself. It's no fun.
It's not. And that's what's interesting to me. You get some of these schools like Michigan, right?
Those guys are all traveling south, though. I mean, all those big schools up north, their first 10 games, maybe more than that, are going to be, down south. I mean, like they go to Alabama or they go to Mississippi, or they go to, Texas or wherever else they go.
It's all non-conference, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Because it's too cold up there, man.
Yeah, I know.
Who we got here? I lost track. I'm flapping gums. 21.
It's 21. David Broughton from Vianney.
From Vianney.
2023 junior, big kid.
Yeah, he is. He's a gamer's kid.
I was going to say, it looked like he got a gamer's hat on.
91 exit velo. He's putting some good swings on it.
She's got some quick hands.
I know, like you said, it's hard to see, but the swing, as you said, it's coming through pretty quick there. Yeah. I like the oppo on the one away, and then he pulled that one on the inside.
Just hit it where they pitch it.
That's right.
And then you hit it where they ain't, right?
That's the old saying. Hit them where they ain't. I love that. Who we got here? We're going to see when he turns.
Number 12, Joe Ciervo.
Oh, Joe Ciervo. Mm-hmm.
2022.
Another gamer's kid, 89 exit velo. They've all run their 60 already. We got a few kids got some speed out here today. From Missouri, on this Missouri squad. Just looking at Ciervo here, he run a 7.08, which is still pretty fast. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Right? You got a 6.83 from Grant. We saw Grant Dotson earlier. He ran a 6.83, and then you got that Connor Earlywine out of Jeff City, 6.56.
That's moving.
My goodness. And then Bryson Naputi, 6.81. So, I mean, you got some sub-sevens there that, you know what, the young man I was talking, we got him coming up on our player spotlight, Jackson Carter out of Fort Zumwalt East.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sophomore. He ran a 6.4, 6.48, 60.
I don't know if I've had anybody with that kind of numbers. I've had some fast dudes, but
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't know about 6'4". That's getting it.
He's getting better. He had a good year as a freshman. He was, I think, All-State honorable mention. As a freshman, that's pretty good.
It is.
It's kind of like the young man Ty Sissel.
Oh yeah.
For you, he was, I think, honorable mention too.
Yep. He's starting to become a young man. He's really lifting a lot. He's grown a couple inches. Good 6'1" now.
Is he really?
He's plugging gaps, which he didn't do last year, but now he's one hop on our fence, and that's getting it. We were in Death Valley.
We got him coming up in November. He's going to be on our player spotlight as well.
Awesome.
So we got some. I enjoyed talking with your shortstop for next year, Jake McCutcheon.
Yep.
Good kid.
Yep.
Going to Missouri State.
I don't know if you saw, he put one on the roof down at Missouri State.
Did he really?
Last weekend. On that roof of that building there in right field.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a bomb.
That is a bomb. You know, and just looking at Jake, I mean, he looks strong, but he's not just a overly big kid.
He's got hands.
Does he?
And he's got great timing. His dad works him every day. Good people.
Well, you know what? He told me sitting there, he says, I want to play Major League Baseball.
That's his goal.
So that's a good goal.
Hey, that one left.
That one got out?
Yep.
That one not quite.
He's probably shown the most power of anybody in this group so far.
It's the lefty. So we'll see who it is here in just a second. We're talking too much.
There goes another one.
Oh wow.
That one's gone too.
Is this Kyle Byrne?
Could be.
I want to see who that is. Number 5. It was.
It's Byrne.
It was Byrne. Kyle Byrne, CBC, plays for the St. Louis Force. He's got an 89 exit velo. Man, that's got to have gotten better because that ball got out, didn't it?
I'm pretty sure that his older brother was a pretty special player too.
Oh, is that right?
Curtis Byrne, his catcher.
He plays first base, left-handed pitcher, so we'll probably see a little of both today. We'll see. I'll tell you what. You see some of these kids like this right now, and they look strong. He's a 2023 junior, got a couple more years. CBC's going to reload again, right?
Always.
You got them on your schedule again, Coach?
No, not on our regular schedule, but I could catch them in our 2 tournaments with Troy and the tournament I run, the Midwest Classic.
Okay.
They're in that. I usually play those kinds of teams. I asked to play them.
Oh, I think you got that one, Coach.
From the body language of that right fielder, yes.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
That's not Byrne. That's
No, this is, is this Nolan Folks? Because he's a lefty.
pretty good guess.
Because there's Kyle Byrne, Nolan Folks.
Yeah, we're screened by that tense. That's why he can't.
And Tyler Whitworth. No, Whitworth is he's a left-handed batter. I wonder if that's Whitworth. Because that's gone too. That's a pretty good hitting display here. That's a double down the line.
That's an Illinois kid.
Oh, this is blue. This is the Illinois side. We're on the wrong side here.
No, we got red. We're hitting together.
Yeah. Oh, they're getting all the lefties in.
50.
So that was 53.
That's Ifrig from
Ifrig
from Edwardsville.
Yep.
It's a good player.
99 exit velo. Jeez. Don't hit the ball so hard.
Sometimes you don't.
There it is again.
Hard.
There's some Noonan. No, that got out. These kids, these lefties are stroking the baseball. They're hitting it out of the park. Oh my goodness. He got under that one a little. We'll see who this is when he comes out. There's some Major League pop flies here. And not quite the distance on that one. You talking launch angle, right?
There it is. But he's got the strength to do it, so I wouldn't mess with him. You hit 4 home runs here during his BP round. I mean,
and that's a double right there. Oh, that was Kyle Byrne again.
That was Byrne.
Yep. So they're getting all these lefties in here. We got number 25 coming up here from Illinois on the Illinois side.
Evan Foster. He's a 23.
Yep. He's a 77 exit velo. This will be interesting to see. That could be some old stats because he looks like a big kid.
Mm-hmm.
Although it shows that he's a left-handed pitcher first. So I think he might be on the pitching side, Coach, more than the hitting side. When you're a LHP and then an outfielder, I think that's correct, right?
I would say so. Don't want to talk bad about his hitting.
No. Not doing that. I got through. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. And we're going to see Ifrig again.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to this. That's a big kid. Goodness. I didn't get that on there. He's got it. Is he?
Mm-hmm.
What's his GPA? I think you got him over there, don't you, Coach?
Yeah. You want to put that out there?
No. Well,
it's worth doing. But
go ahead.
It says it's 4.23, which is great.
This kid, he's got a 4.23 grade point average.
I'll get him academic money for sure.
That's where scholarship money in baseball, if you're going to get up into that larger percentage, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to get some academic money, aren't you?
Absolutely. You get 50%, you're doing well, athletic, and then if you can get 50% academic, that's pretty good math. You're going for free.
That is pretty good math.
Yeah.
Half and half.
Sifrig again. He just pounded one to the Dwarn track in center.
Look at that. That's a shot.
Yep.
And, that's what I'm talking about.
Bounced one out.
How quickly did that ball get out there? Look at that.
That's got a shot, too.
Yep. That's on a line. That's out. My goodness.
Guess I won't pitch to him when we play him.
No. Do not throw him a fastball. My goodness.
I think he may be 2023. Now Ty Sissel plays with him a little bit. I think they were on the same team last week, and Sissel played up when they went to Creekside.
Yeah, he is a 2023 GBA, Gators Baseball Academy over there. My goodness. Edwardsville looks loaded.
They always are.
My goodness.
They're always got a good team. Funkage does a great job over there. For him, Tom Powell was quite the legend, too.
My goodness. We're talking a little scholarship money here. These kids are coming out of I think this is the toughest thing as parents. Man, he hit another one out. How many did he hit out? 5 or 6?
I'm not sure, but he had a good round. Best round we've seen today so far.
Yeah. You don't see kids at this age hitting that many out like that. I haven't. Now, maybe I'm not in those right places, I guess, right, Justin? But back to this. Parents, we hear this all the time. We hear it talked about all the time. How do I get my kid recruited? This thing. Well, PBR here, this is what they do, right? Get your page. But you're going to have to get yourself recruited. You're going to have to talk to people, do these things. But what's realistic, Coach? What should they expect when they're talking about scholarship money? Actual athletic scholarship money with baseball.
Well, your pitchers are going to get the most money, that's for sure. And then comes your shortstop, center fielders, catchers get the money. And then corner people gets probably the least amount of money. I mean, like I said earlier, I really feel like if you get 50% athletic, you're doing great. And you can't really expect to get much more. There's very few guys that are 90 to 100. I mean, that would be your 6'8" guy pitching at UCLA that's going to get drafted in 3 years. That's going to be your rockers from Vanderbilt or Christian Little, maybe. I don't know how much, whatever they get.
Right.
That's where they're going to invest all their money. So that's why it's so important to concentrate on your academics so you can help yourself. Every point in the ACT, you use $1,000. You just keep banging it away. There's so many ACT prep classes now. Some of them are even in the curriculum itself. You learn how to take this ACT, and if you don't have something at school, that you need to go somewhere else and get some instruction. Some people just don't test well, And so you have to do it. The more you do it, the better you're going to be at it. And, you know, the higher ACT score you're going to get, the more money you're going to get. And they take class rank into consideration, you know what your class rank is, you know, and then take your GPA. So, I mean, you can't afford to mess around your freshman year and be struggling uphill the rest of your career. You got to come into the gates ready to roll, because, you know, 6th, 7th, 8th grade grades don't count. But as soon as you hit those doors in high school, all those grades count. So it's time to right away start striving for those straight A's. If you can get a 4.0, that's so huge when it comes to academic money.
I hope people are listening, because I think it's so important to understand that part of it, because I think there's so many people that I've heard over probably the last 15 years talking about, you know, getting the scholarship, but you got to understand where most of the money is coming from. And as much as you want to exercise your athletic ability, you've got to exercise the mind, or else there just isn't, unless you're a stud basketball player or a stud football player. They'll get you a full scholarship.
Good. Yep. No doubt.
You got a young man, Brett Norfleet, over there playing for you. He's getting looked at both football and baseball, correct?
Yeah. He's been offered a lot of Power Fives. Well, I know Missouri and Tennessee both have offered him football and baseball. And they're trying to figure out. I was talking to Coach Beazer the other day, head coach of Mizzou, and they were talking about how they were going to attack that as far as the academic. He's a high academic kid too, but how to attack that with, you know, football gives you X amount, and baseball gives you X amount. You know, that could be a great thing if he decides to do both. I know it's tough to do. I tried to do that my first year, and it didn't work out very well for me, but it's, you know. But so he's got a chance. I mean, he was at Michigan State this last weekend. He's been Notre Dame. He's been everywhere. So a lot of offers besides the two that I just reeled off.
When you're talking about baseball and football, those seasons overlap, don't they? Because you got spring football.
Well, yeah, you got fall baseball.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. Something's have to give. I mean, if, like Coach Beazer said, I wish if we're going to do something like that, the kid was a kicker. You know, so you can come, you know, go in there and kick a few field goals and kick a few extra points and walk over to the baseball field and let's go. Be a little simpler.
I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That would be easy.
It's tough. Something usually gives. Just like Mike Podup, way back in the day, one of our alumni went to University of Missouri, played for Norm Stewart basketball, and then that didn't work out for him, so he went and played baseball for G. McCarter and got drafted by the Dodgers.
No kidding.
Of course, he was 6'8".
That has a tendency to help.
It does when you can pitch. Great guy.
Oh, mercy.
That one gonna go? I think it did. This kid's got some pop.
Who we got up here, Coach?
I don't know if it's the kid from. I can't see his number.
Oh, that's a towering home run.
I thought it might be the.
That's a home run.
Yeah,
54.
Owen Cornett from DuQuoin.
Yeah, I've never heard
2023. He's got some power, that dude.
Yeah. Is that more north?
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm going to look that up.
Here's Copeland from Edwardsville with him. His son, his older brother played for us in the summertime. That's left just like his brother. I bet he can run a little bit. I don't know what his numbers are. Doesn't have them.
Okay. as we're rolling through this, they're getting through it pretty quickly. We're going to get to the baseball game here not too much longer, probably another 20 minutes or so. We'll get through these kids. They got a handful, more than a handful left, I guess. But they're trying to get all these lefties in.
Missed that one.
We were, Justin and I were with Matt Shadow over in Cincinnati at the WWBA.
Yeah.
Perfect game.
Nice.
We shouldn't have said that. But we were over there. There was a lot of good ball players. A lot of big time arms.
Yep.
Bo Jackson Elite were there. Who else? What would we see? Brewers. I'd never heard of them before, but they had a pretty solid team, didn't they? I think that was more out of around that Cincinnati area, wasn't it? Yeah. But saw some really good baseball players. Good baseball. Tough thing, man. Young man. And this is what's tough. I always hate to see this. He got cleated. And going back in the bag. Really. But I think he's going to be all right.
Good.
12 stitches, yeah. It was tough.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it is. It was pretty tough. Good, solid shortstop, too. Great hands. I think he was out of Florida, wasn't he, son? Justin? No? Where's he from? Can you remember? Nope. Didn't think so. But we saw some good hitting. There's a young man playing center field for Midland, going to Florida. He's committed to Florida State.
Beautiful.
Great speed, good hands, hit the ball well. Just a really solid baseball player.
It's a kid from Downers Grove. I'm gonna let you try and pronounce his name.
Well, which one was that?
The one that we're gonna butcher. 27.
Oh yeah.
Tony
Konopiotes, I guess. I'm guessing. Konopiotes. If somebody's watching and from Downers Grove North, let us know if we butchered that. I appreciate it. What? No, you don't know. That could be exactly correct. Konopiotes. Konopiotes? I don't know. It's just it's what it looks like to me. So there you go. I'm doing the best I can. Let's see how he hits. Good size kid, isn't he? He's got an exit velo of 93 on his last one. Shortstop plays for Rhino Baseball. That's a pretty good club, isn't it?
Usually. We ran across them a few times in the summertime.
Mm-hmm. Is that more north?
Yeah.
Illinois, northern Illinois?
Chicago-ish, maybe. I'm not real sure. All the clubs get people from everywhere nowadays, so you never know where they are from.
That's the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, they have their base somewhere where they got an indoor usually, and that's where they do their training from, but they got kids from all over.
Ooh.
Beating up the L screen, like
There
it.
you go. That ball's getting off the bat pretty well, isn't it?
It's a gap.
Gap. I like how quickly the ball's getting to the outfield.
Yep. Line drives.
Yeah.
Everything's in left center.
Got under that a little. Gap. He gapped a gap right there.
He's trying to show it.
Yeah.
He's trying to show he can do both.
That was pretty good. He's an impressive looking kid.
Yep, good looking kid.
That was good hitting. I like that.
29's Eli Kaiser from Normal University High School.
A Rhino baseball kid, 89 exit velo. So we will see. Got to get the old blast motion on there.
He's an arm too, it says. He's a right-hand pitcher. Shortstop, right-handed pitcher.
Okay. .6'2", 170. Tall kid. You love to see that in your pitcher, don't you? Big, tall, lanky kid.
Yeah. Like to see more weight on him.
That's fair ball. Start eating sandwiches. Just don't eat McDonald's sandwiches. Hey, when they pull up to the bus, the bus pulls up to the McDonald's, it don't really matter, does it, son?
Especially when the coach and the driver eat for free.
Exactly. They have good apple pies. You're right about that. So what do they look like? They're using the blast motion here. There's something else. I can't remember. I gotta pull it up here.
You're getting exit velo and the launch angle and I don't know what else. There's like 5 or 6 things. I just know when a guy hits a ball hard, I can tell. I'm pretty easy.
That sounded good, right?
Yeah. Like that.
Oh my gosh.
Wall. Oh, how you think that wall is? That wall could be like 30 feet high, don't you think?
Yeah. It's easily 20, 25, if not more. He's hitting the ball hard.
Yep. Giving it a go.
Yes? No. Nope.
Just giving it a go, though.
See, I love that. He was in, pull, out, oppo. He is... That, to me, shows consistency with the hands. Your hands are coming through the zone the same way. If you're hitting the ball the opposite field, you can hit opposite, pull. That means your hands are coming through the same way. You're consistent in your swing because it only matters where the pitch is.
Right. That's the point. It's where the pitch is. I mean, if it's on the outer half, that's what you got to wait on. If it's inside, you get the hands to the ball and drive it through it. But the outside, if you try and go oppo on the inside pitch, you're going to be popping up or just hitting weak ground balls to second baseman, first baseman, which is terrible. Kind of like this kid.
Yeah. And which one is this one? This number 29, I think it was.
Yeah, 29, Kaiser from
Kaiser.
Normal. Hitting the ball well.
I like the opposite field right there.
Yeah, you'll have some people paying attention to him.
It's got good size.
Looks like 26 is coming up next. Braden Biggs from Belleville West. He's close to home.
Where is Belleville West? Oh,
It's
Belleville,
right.
Illinois, right over there. Yeah, duh.
That's right.
I knew that.
20.
He's a catcher. Gateway Bruins summer team. I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, I don't know them much. His partner's a catcher too, 24.
O'Fallon. Number 24.
Yep, he looks to be next.
Oh, okay.
There's that middle stroke I was looking for.
Now you got a little bit here with this young man coming up, William Millard, out of O'Fallon High School. He's got a 90 exit velo. It'll be interesting to see if we get some pop with this.
2023, so he's a junior. Both these kids are juniors.
There's quite a few more juniors on this squad. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 I see.
And these kids are all not committed, right?
Yeah, these are all uncommitted. I like the opposite there. That's nice. Oh.
Turned on one.
Yeah, jumped all over that. Quite. Okay, Coach, I got to ask you.
What do you got?
When is college baseball going to wood bats?
I hope never.
Never?
I don't know. It's more exciting. I like to see runs scored, don't you? That's simple.
Think that's exact? Is that where it lies? Period.
Well, I know, like in the fall, I've been going out watching some games. I can't coach because Misha tells me I cannot, but I'll go out and watch, and they're using wood, and you got to put a wood bat in a bunch of ninth graders' hands. That game is going to be over a lot faster, just because there's not much pop to them at all.
I agree.
Shortens the game up.
Yeah.
And you think people would get around to bunting the ball a little bit, but you don't see that very often either. So, I don't know. I just like runs. I think runs are good.
There you go. All right. Fair enough.
I have kids.
I mean, mostly when you're looking at this, I understand high school, and but the Power 5, you're talking about that's just as close to some of that, low A class ball. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And they're using wood bats there.
Yep, that's because they have to. Because
it's Major League Baseball,
right,
or minor league baseball.
Right.
So that's the only thing I think about with that, within that level of collegiate baseball.
But I'm seeing kids that are 110, 115 pounds walking to the wood bat, and the only place that you really have to use wood is in, like you said, the minor leagues or the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
And these kids don't have a chance. So why do you do that?
All right, fair enough.
Get your aluminum hot, and maybe you'll get it past the circle in the infield. I mean, need to get the ball out there a little bit. Wood bats, I don't get it.
All right. Well, there you go. I love that.
I mean, big, strong guys, it don't matter. They're going to hit it out.
Yeah. So
some use a telephone pole, it'll get out. I mean,
yeah, that young man we just saw, Byrne?
Yeah.
Kyle Byrne. He's going to hit it out, isn't he? Yeah. Ifrig's going to hit it out.
Oh, no doubt.
They put a wood bat in their hand. They can hit.
If I'm pitching, that's beautiful. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to try to break every bat that I can.
Right.
And it's going to happen. You got high velo guys throwing it inside.
I'm going to knuckle you to death.
Yeah, you got that right.
Said, why are your knuckles bleeding? Because that pitcher hit me like 5 times with my hands.
No, you got to spend $500 for an aluminum bat, and then you got to play wood, and then you're spending, $60 a wood bat, and you go through 3, 4, 5 bats a summer. I mean, there's another $500,000. Just, I don't know how these people are able to do that.
I'll tell you, some of those wood bats are much more expensive than that too.
I bet they are. I don't know for sure.
You're getting upwards. Some of those are $80, $90, 120, 150. No way.
It's a lot, and it could be gone one swing.
That's for my crack statistician over here, Justin, my engineer. He
That
right
guys, the kid, we get those little penny nails and try and hammer them in and tape them up and keep using them. It's out in the backyard. I grew up with the wood.
He's got a little pop in him right here, Coach.
Not bad. Too much in the air, though, for the distance he's getting.
Right. He needs to hit more line drives, doesn't he?
Yep, there you go.
There it is.
Looks like the pitchers are starting to stir a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good shot. Like that swing. All right, 52. Brian Twomey, Riverside, Brookfield.
This young man's got 98 exit velo right here. So
6'2", 210. He's a big dude.
Catcher, third baseman.
Yep.
Looks a little athletic there for as big as he is, doesn't he? Moves pretty well in the box. I like that.
Like to see some pop here. There you go.
That shot off the bat pretty good.
Yep. Getting on time. There's a nice line drive up the middle.
Again, though, I see pull that outer half pitch.
Sometimes you get in such a groove, you're swinging at everything, and it might be just a little bit better idea to let one go.
Now, he's got a pretty good line drive swing there, Coach.
Yep.
That was all line drives. Everything there.
I'd venture to guess he's going to do a lot better in the second round.
Yeah.
Luke Range from Edwardsville.
All right. Outfielder. That's it. Outfielder. Long rangey kid. There you go. Luke Range. Get it? That was pretty good. You know.
I'm with you. Wait a minute, but I got it.
We're there.
Got to gather up the baseballs.
Dun, dun. Quick, they're getting through this pretty good, actually. We're at 6:30.
There's not a whole bunch left.
No.
We haven't seen Funkhauser's kid hit yet, have we?
I don't think so. No, we haven't.
There he is down there. I see him now. He's getting ready to come up.
Yeah, he's number 2, right?
He's down there.
Folks, if you're watching, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to get to the game here. We'll finish up. It looks like just a few kids left to swing the bats here, and we're going to be getting to the game. They're going to be starting that off as soon as I think they're going to do some pitchers as well, but I think they'll move back and forth through some of that. I want to, if you're looking for a tournament, again, YBM Cast is always powered by Game 7 Baseball, Dave and Dave. I think they got a tournament coming up. I haven't looked. I should look. You know what? I'm going to go look right now. See what we got left. That's always the better thing to do. They got the fall high school series coming up October 1 through 3. This is this coming weekend right here. Let's see who's in it, Coach. Midwest Rebels, St. Louis Naturals, St. Louis Bears, St. Louis Nike Redbirds, and WG Recruits. I'm not quite sure. Webster Groves. 416U, 215U teams. So we'll see what that comes at. That's this weekend.
Where's it at?
That is at, it just says multiple venues right now. They don't have the schedule up just yet. So it's local St. Charles County. Also got the Game 7 Fall Nationals 2022 age groups. Of course, multiple 10U, 11U, 12U. Who we got coming up? We got it sold out here. 10U Baseball, Diamond Stars, Illinois Gators, Lake St. Louis Aces, Max Preps. I've never heard of them. Midwest Rebels, Missouri Gators. Usual suspects here.
Yep.
St. Louis Clutch. Got 11U, Alpha Squad, Midwest Rebels, Premier Baseball Academy, St. Louis Naturals, again. We got Clutch in the 12U, Recruits, St. Louis Clutch, 11U Major, team playing a year up. Got the U.S. Nationals 11U Major playing a year up. 12U challenging themselves. Got 10 teams in this next deal here. Eureka Eagles, Midland Bandits, Midwest Futures, Naturals, Rawlings Tigers, Redhawks, Southern Illinois Blue Jays, St. Louis Prospects, St. Louis Grind, and U.S. National Prime. That ought to be a pretty good event right there, 13U. 14U, got Adidas Athletics, Gas House Baseball, St. Louis Natural, St. Louis Nike. Good solid fall stuff. They got, I think they got one more tournament after this. They do. October 15th through the 17th, if you're looking to get some last fall tournament coming up. I think it gets pretty cold from there, doesn't it, Coach?
Oh, it's okay.
Not too bad?
Not compared to
through November?
March.
They do have one still coming up. Game 7's doing a tournament down in Kentucky, October Halloween Havoc. So they'll be down in Kentucky doing one. That ought to be interesting.
There you go, going south.
Go south. Stay warm, go south. That's what you do. So it looks like they're already getting their spring tournaments up. April 1 through 3.
This is Funkhauser.
Coach is watching the baseball game. I'm touting Game 7 baseball. We're covering two things here, folks. Great stuff with Game 7 baseball. Game7baseball.com. Give them register your team. Play the last fall season if you got the kids. Right? There you go. As always, YBM Cast 2, produced by Red Earth Productions. That is our production company. If you got any sports videos that you're looking for, liking, hey, give us a call. We'll be happy to work with you, help you out there. Did Funkhauser just hit right there, Coach?
Yep.
How'd he do?
Okay. Wasn't bad.
Good?
Wasn't bad. Okay.
A little on the smaller side right now, isn't he?
Quick to the ball. He's going to have great fundamentals because his dad's the head coach at Edwardsville High School.
Yeah. You know, did you... it's always interesting because we talk about coaches' sons playing ball and things like that, right? Did you get a lot of interest? I mean, your boys all were good baseball players. Let's just get that out of the way.
We were pretty spoiled with that aspect of it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so did they? I mean, I'm sure it helped a little when the recruiting came around. Dad's the high school coach.
Well, we had a lot of good players though that were with them too. I mean, we had pro guys coming in, especially with Nick and Eli Dilday. I mean. They wanted to come and watch those guys hit individually, which was kind of stinking for everybody else, but we did it. And then one day it got rained out, and they would say, "Can we go in? We take them inside and let them swing?" It's like 2 or 3 major league scouts. I'm like, "Sure." The twins are with me, and they're freshmen, and they said, "Well, let the twins swing it." Like, you guys want to swing in front of these guys? It's pretty stressful. But, you know, they got that exposure, and just like any showcases like these guys are doing, the more you do it, the better you're at it, the more you're used to it. You show better because you've done it. And
right.
It's not, you know, awing to you. It doesn't blow you away by any means. So, yeah, it was all right. I mean, people always ask, did we talk about it at the dinner table? And I said, yeah. And I said, some coaches will say they don't bring it home to their, you know, to the table, but it didn't happen in our house.
It was talked about. Yeah. It's my job, guys. We're talking.
Yeah, I'm not spanking them for doing anything bad on a baseball field, but we'll have a chat.
Exactly. Well,
but again, I was just fortunate. All 4 of them are really good players.
I think it's always an interesting thing when you have the opportunity. I think you know, dad's a coach. They're going to naturally have more opportunity to see and understand the game. And that doesn't mean others kids don't. But you're talking baseball IQ, right?
No, they grew up with it. You know, I coached basketball, so on Saturdays they'd come with me to practice and hang out and work out and do things and shooting, and baseball they'd be hitting, playing catch. I mean, they were always around. They were around the game their whole lives, and it wasn't any of me forcing them to come to the ball field when they were young. It was like, can we come to practice with you? I said, heck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
I said, just don't get hit in the head.
Or wear a helmet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Be aware. Yeah. I think that's very important, too, with the younger kids around. Be aware of yourself, be aware of your surroundings, and that's true for every.
Yeah, it happened to Dave Wilson's son. He's a head coach at Kansas City Staley right now, and he was at Columbia Hickman, and one of his sons got hit in the head on the backswing, a kid on deck, and it was pretty scary there for a while, but he ended up being a great player. Now he's at Indiana State, so
wow,
he survived. But man, we were all pretty shook up about that. Pay attention.
Some of those kids that have passed through your program went on. I know Brett Graves. How many kids are there still in? You have some kids still fighting their way up in there. I know Brett Graves had.
Yeah, Graves. He's not getting surgery now. He's going to give it a go still.
Okay.
And then Jake Kostyshak's with the Rockies. He's still banging around. That's good. There's a bunch of kids that were on Nick's summer team. Tanner Houck's making noise at the big league level right now. There's a bunch of those guys that are still in. Jake Berger's with the Sox.
Still trying to get there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nate Orff just retired.
Is that right?
Yeah, he just hung him up. Got married. Doing some day trading.
There you go.
He had some big league time, though.
Did he?
Yeah, he got up.
Very good.
Yeah, it's pretty neat when they give it a go.
It's tough to get there, isn't it, Coach?
It's not only tough to get there, is when you get there, it's even harder. I mean, it's so much, and it's so hard work, and it's just nothing but baseball.
Right.
Like when Nick first got there, he said, "Dad, I'm majoring in baseball and I'm minoring in Spanish."
I believe that.
Uh-huh.
I believe that very much.
Yeah, but it was fun me chasing him around. My wife and I, Tracy, got to go for a couple different weeks. Just took a week off and went and followed the team around. And you got to know some of the guys, and of course you buy them food because they got no money. So they were thankful to see us.
We get to eat some real food.
Yeah. Let's go to Texas Roadhouse.
I haven't seen red meat in I don't know how long.
No doubt. I mean, there's a lot of Taco Bell and Applebee's because those are the only two places that are open after ball games for those guys.
It's an independent team like this. There's not I would imagine there's just probably not a lot of money,
No.
for player salary and things like that.
We came to a game here that was kind of sparse, but then the second game we came to, they had quite a few people, and I was talking to, there was an elderly couple that kind of run the home state people, and I was talking to them, and I said, "What kind of crowd do you get?" And he goes, "Depends on the team. If they're, if they're winning, of course, they're going to bring in a lot more." And
right.
He goes on Fridays and Saturdays. We showed up at Friday, and it was like, wow, because it was a lot different from when we came on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, But, you bring a bunch of people in, and they do promotions, and they try to have fun with it, and the more people they bring in, the more fun they have.
Right.
There was another kid that played with Justin Perkins at SIUE, Dustin Woodcock. He started for the Grizzlies, too, in the outfield, so it was kind of fun to get to see him play again. He's still giving it a go.
Well, it looks like we're going to do some fielding here. And it's
pop times.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
This is where Coach Moulder always got me going with hitting
Yeah.
infield and the outfield. Catchers won't take too much time. Looks like there's only about 3 from Illinois. I don't see the catchers for the Missouri team.
Missouri
yet.
team over there.
I see a couple of them down there with some shin guards on. They should be ambling down this way.
Got from Belleville West, Braden Biggs, William Millard, and Brian Twomey. He's a big kid for a catcher.
Yes, he is. That's good.
Then over on Missouri side, you got the young man Austin Almany and
Stuckey.
Yeah, and then Cannon Stuckey. I know Kevin said a lot of good things about the kid out of St. Pius.
St. Pius X.
Uh-huh.
I introduced their coach to speak at a clinic one time. I said St. Pius 10, and I don't think he liked that very much. It's St. Pius X.
Is it, they say X?
Yeah.
Because X, it says St. Pius the 10th.
Yeah,
is who it's named after.
It's X.
But it's X. Okay. All right.
Yeah, he corrected me.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate that.
I was embarrassed.
My bad. Let's see what we get.
Catchers. I got a good story with Nick when he was in the Final Four. Coach Gutton was there from Missouri State, and we were talking about Nick. And Nick's 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "We don't have a chance." I said, "Oh, what do you mean you don't have a chance to get Nick?"
Yeah.
He goes, "Somebody from down south is going to swoop in and pick him up. He's going to go down there and be in the SEC somewhere." So they just love the big catchers, and he was right.
Wow.
Ends up at Ole Miss.
Now, what do you want to see? That's the throw right there, isn't it? If they one hop it, that's not bad, though, is it?
No, but you don't want that.
You don't want that, do you? That short hop.
No.
That's the tough one. How hard is it? How difficult is it for a catcher not to have that ball tail?
Not to have the ball what?
Tail.
You got to have to give the grip just over and over and over, getting the ball out of your glove, and your footwork's got to be right. Here, they're going to pop times are going to be a lot better because they cheat a little bit and they figure this out.
Right.
Get a little bit and get out ahead of things and get up on the plate a little bit more and shave off tints, and some guys are better at it than others.
Right.
Man, you got Yachty at 2-1, and you're looking at these, and you got guys here 1-9. Come on, it's not going to happen in the game.
Yachty's 2-1.
Yeah.
Game time.
Yeah, 2-1, 2-0 maybe.
Wow. That's fast.
And he's one of the best guys around.
And he's, what, 38?
He's coming back.
Yes, he is. You know, I think they're going to sign Pujols and just have the traveling road show.
You think?
I think they will. It's a theory.
Yeah, all right.
I think it's a good theory.
Pujols can still hit.
Yeah. Hey, if they get the DH next year, right?
Yeah, they probably will.
They'll do it.
A lot of baseball purists are against that one.
I think it's just about money. I think it's getting more guys opportunity to hit. It's just
More runs.
yeah, absolutely. National League is definitely behind the American League in run production.
Oh, that's got a lot to do with that.
Yeah, when you got your pitcher,
in that 9-hole.
yeah.
Unless it's LaRusse and he's in the 8-hole.
Yeah. So you know that's going to change that a little bit. So I think that's just easy enough right there. See, that ball came back to him. Wow.
Is this Stuckey?
Yep. No. Yeah, is it? No. Yes, it is Stuckey. See, because like you said, Stuckey here, he had a 1.85. You know what, though? See, I understand, we're in these things and pop time is great and all that, okay? But I want to see, as he's jumped up, and I think you alluded to this, kids are kind of cheating. They're just wanting that pop time. But he's ending up over in the right-hand batter's box every time there. Well, there's a hitter there. You're not going to do that.
No, you got to go through him.
Right? And so what am I looking for? Am I looking for more than just that? How accurate are they?
I think that you look more at the velo of the arm. If it's coming out, 85-ish now, that's pretty doggone good. That's what I would look at more than anything else, and to see if the footwork. And then last thing, which is probably the most important thing, is how do they receive? Have they got soft hands? Are they bringing it in? Are they or curveballs? Are they carrying that out of the zone? I mean, are they sticking stuff out there so that the umpire can see it? I mean, the soft hands, and then another thing is blocking. I mean, they ain't afraid to stick their nose in there and becoming what we call a dirt bag, which every college coach likes to hear that word because they want that kid on their team being a dirt bag. But you want your catcher to be a dirt bag, that's for sure. They get in there and do what they got to do to keep that ball in front of them. Then your pitchers trust you, and there's a lot of things to that. But you've got a lot of bruises on your body your whole career.
I do not know, and I would love to ask a major league catcher. How does your left hand survive 90 plus every single day?
Nick had a bone bruise on his thumb almost his whole career. I mean, we'd go to these showcases when these guys were 17 or so, and Tanner Houck was on our team, and we'd go like Adam Hall from Kansas City. They'd want Nick to catch.
Yeah.
But he always said Tanner was the worst guy to catch because his fastballs were always run in on him, and he'd always be banging that same spot over and over and over. He put a pad in there, and that pad on your thumb he put in there to try and protect that. But there's all kinds of stuff that happens when you're catching, and those kids are your toughest kids. I mean, They have to be your toughest kids. If you're not a tough kid, you ain't going to catch. It's just not going to happen.
Right? I think you have to be a little crazy, personally. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
No offense to Nick.
No. And they have to be smart, too. That's hard to find. I kind of let my catchers call the game, but we talk about it, and I'm not a guy that's going to be calling all the pitches because when you get up to college level and you get pros, it's in place where you can call pitches, but you got to learn how to do it. And you got to figure out, what pitch is the best pitch to throw at this point in time.
Right.
I saw Coach Bone down there from Jeffco.
Yes, he told me he was going to be here today. Is he right over there?
He's got the gun down there about there.
Yeah, Kevin said he was going to be here. So that's a pretty good arm right there. A little shallow.
You got to throw a line drive right at the radar gun.
Do you really?
That's when you get the biggest number.
Right there. Is that better right there, that shot?
Better. I usually stand out there by second base. The numbers go up there, I think, too. Because further it travels is less velo.
Well, the ball's definitely the fastest out of your hand, correct?
Yep.
That's a strong throw.
Mm-hmm.
So what exit velo or what outfield velo are you looking for here, Coach?
90s.
90s, really?
Yeah, we had a kid down at our features game. Sophomore kid was 92.
My goodness.
Left-hander.
Well, speaking of which, I don't know if that's him or if he threw already or what, but the only one that's like that here is Bryson Naputi.
Okay.
He's got a 92 outfield velo.
Beautiful. We had Victor Quinn. He could pop a number out there in the outfield. He was down at the features game. He popped a 94.
I don't see.
By the time he was a senior, he was 97.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
We got a couple of 86s here from outfield, and I don't know I think that's the Luke Range out there right now. He has an 86.
It's good. I'd take that, especially these kids are juniors.
That's a pretty good throw right there, too, Coach. That's him. That looked good.
We can't tell these numbers are so far away.
This is Bryson Naputi. So this is
Naputi?
This is Naputi. 92. That's a shot.
That's a good arm. That's a good arm. He's getting closer, too. He's smart.
Yeah, he just chucked that one over his head, too. That's all right.
It don't matter.
Don't matter.
It's 92. That's 92. They don't care where it went. That's the number they look at.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Got him.
That one hit him.
Yeah,
it struck the PBR official. I think you get a strike for that one. But my goodness, that ball is traveling. That's every bit 92. My goodness. He threw some BBs, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Wow. We got
Avery Oravets, Lafayette kid.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's 6.
Yes.
My eyes have been failing me lately.
No, you're right. You're right. He's got a 80 mile an hour outfield velo.
Yeah, I don't know when they got these numbers, but that's just something I tell my kid at camps and so forth. You track this stuff. I mean, if this was numbers from 3 months ago and you have not improved, you're doing something wrong.
There's the key, right?
Yes.
If you and coming to an event like this, you get an opportunity to get a number, right?
Yep.
And it gives you an opportunity when you're going into the winter. You've got October, November, December to put the work in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, we run the 60 fourth grade on up, and I just tell them, put it in now you just tell them put it in their phone in their notes. They put it in there and say, okay, I ran whatever the number is. Then they come back to camp next year, which I get kids that come to camp every year, which is great. If you didn't improve in a year, that there's something wrong there, because you're getting bigger, faster, stronger, and figured it out. But it's a big deal. Speed and just your running form. I don't think people talk about that enough. I mean, your toes are pointed out and your hands are off to the side and look, run down like a duck. I mean, that's just not good.
So they got quite a bit going on right here. They're doing some blocking here with the catchers.
Yep, got infield guys throwing, getting ready to roll.
Yep.
They'll roll right into that as soon as these outfielders are done.
Yeah.
Looks like there's only a couple more.
So they're probably going to do some infield, I would say, next.
Yep, they're set up for that already.
I would imagine. How's this young man, number 12? Lefty.
Joe Ciervo, Parkway Central.
Mm-hmm. 85 miles an hour. He's got a pretty good arm there. He was throwing pretty well.
He's a pretty good-sized kid.
Yeah. It's number 23.
Tyler Whitworth from Hazelwood West.
It is Tyler Whitworth.
He's a 6'4" kid.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's got a pretty good arm.
Yep.
Doesn't have an outfield velo for him. He's probably not done it. Interesting that he might be just... He's got a big arm, though, doesn't he?
I think so.
My goodness. Because that's moving away, and that was a pretty good throw.
Yeah, that's your footwork, too. If you get behind the ball and come through the ball and get your footwork right, I mean, that makes a big deal, too, on your velo as far as getting the number that you want. Just like being a pitcher, you got to step towards the target.
Right.
Looks like outfielders done. Move right in the infielders.
Getting there.
Getting closer.
They're going to get 5 each right here, right? 2 Adam or 3 Adam.
2 Adam. They'll go 1 up the middle. They'll do a 1. Then they'll go 2.
2, 1, 1, and a dribbler.
Then they'll go backhand, and then they'll do the dribbler. That's what they usually do, but Who knows? It depends who's got the bat.
Can I hit it where I want it?
Yeah.
Got a few more infielders over here, though.
Yep. Everybody will be a shortstop. Well, you got first baseman, too.
That's what I say. They do the first baseman a little differently, don't they?
Yeah. You still get 5 ground balls.
But you're not going in that the shortstop hole over there.
No.
All right, Justin. You ready for this? What? we got some infield. Got to get in here, man. We're gonna get the pitchers. We'll get the pitchers going here. You got to get in here. Start talking pitching. He's my resident pitcher.
Gotcha.
Throw strikes.
Best piece of advice you can get. That's one thing that we talk about too, and Coach Sissel's a really good baseball guy. He's one of my assistants. It's like we talk about things, what you say and you don't say when you're out in the infield. Like if you're a shortstop and you're saying to that pitcher, "Hey, throw strikes," it's like, no duh. What's he trying to do? You don't need to put that in his head, you know. There are certain words and verbiage that you shouldn't use to a pitcher. They got enough things going on. They don't need stuff rolling through their heads like that. It's like, yeah, no kidding, dude. I'm trying to throw a strike here. That happens all the time.
You're right.
And then you have to correct yourself, too, as a coach. You might tell my assistants, I wish that sucker would throw some strikes right now. It'd be a lot easier on us.
And then you're like, well, yes,
And then
yes.
Just have to go to the next guy.
I think one of the you look at the major league level, and then you start walking it down, right? When you start getting into the every level that you move up, guys hit better.
No doubt.
They see the ball better. It's just better. So as a pitcher, what do? You can't leave balls over the middle of the plate. So I think it's one of the most difficult things. And sometimes, you'll see pitchers start picking. They're picking edges. Reason is they don't want to leave it over the plate because if you miss, he's going to hit it a long way. And I think that's something that's not understood as much as it moves up.
Yeah, I agree, and this is something I've been kind of looking at, especially in the big leagues now. We were talking about launch angle a little bit ago,
Yeah.
So pitchers have adjusted, in my opinion. They're throwing the ball up, and I think umpires have adjusted too. In the big leagues, you never see that ball chest high called a strike. Now you're seeing that called, and if you got a launch angle swing, you can't get to it. It's, to get to that high strike, you like a tomahawky kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. You're saying a tomahawk it, and I think the game is adjusted because the pitchers adjusted. They usually it was down. Now you see them going up and away, up and in, up and down, and moving it around a little bit, and the umpires, I think, have been instructed to give the high pitch. I talk about that with our high school umpires. It's like, okay, that's a college zone you got right now, because the college zone was always lower. I said, high school, up when you got to give that pitch. We're going to be here all night.
It's true.
That's make them swing the bat.
Right.
I mean, if that's close, give it to them.
I think that's. To me, I agree with you. The thing that I don't when you've umpired, I've umpired, we've all done it, or we've both done it. The one thing that I always look at the high school level, if it's close enough to the plate and it's in that scope or range, you got to give that a high strike.
Absolutely.
As you said, I think sometimes guys get a little carried away too far off the plate. And, their strike zone is wide as it is high. I think you have to be careful.
Or if the game's out of hand and it gets over the plate in the air, it's going to be a strike.
Right. Yeah. So I think there's always – I'm always concerned that we've kind of lost the understanding of a strike zone. Because I hear umpires talk about this all the time. Well, this is my strike zone. No, you don't have a strike zone. The rule book has a strike zone. Call it according to the rules.
Yeah, I talk to umpires. I'm friends with Facebook with a lot of those guys, and we talk after games and stuff. It's like, if I don't care where your zone is, but by the second inning, I should know where it's at.
Exactly.
And if I don't know by the second inning and it's bouncing and it's not consistent, then we got a problem. Consistency is the problem. And then some guys, they won't give the high strike early, and all of a sudden, boom, you're getting it. And you're like, okay, then that's when you start scratching your heads going, what's going on here? Yeah, but if you're consistent with it, you got no problems.
And I think that's what frustrates players more than anything is you just called that a ball.
Mm-hmm.
And to be sure, there's pitches that umpires miss and whatnot. One of the first times I saw a big-time curveball, and I mean a big-time curveball, it was a kid from Vianney. He went to Mizzou. This has been a few years ago.
Luke Mann?
What was it?
Luke Mann?
No, he played at...
He's there now.
Anyway, I can't remember. He was playing with the Naturals over there for Sherman. But anyway, he was throwing a fastball, and he's 92, He threw that curveball, man, and that sucker just disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, Coach, I was like, well, it probably disappeared over the strike zone, so it's a strike.
Mm-hmm. Has to be. Yeah, but you talk like to Tanner Houck and some of those guys, they know they can't live on their fastball. Like when you're in high school, yeah, you can live on your fastball. Just chuck it in there as hard as you can, and in the zone, you're going to be successable.
Right.
But as you keep progressing up, like what we're talking about, you got to pitch. You got to be able to throw that off speed, and you got to pitch backwards, which means you're going to start off with a curveball or start off with a changeup. You're going to, throw a curveball on 2-0 counts, which most hitters are looking for fastballs. Then that count. So, you got to learn how to pitch a little bit and trust your other stuff. Those are the guys that are making the millions of dollars at the big leagues that can pitch. Look at Wainwright. He's not, throwing it upper mid-90s now. But he's so successful because he can pitch and he's got a great curveball.
I like this kid the way he looks right here. Broughton. That's David Broughton out of St. John's. That was a good round, wasn't it?
Yep, he had good actions.
Had good hands. I liked his hands. This is Funkhauser.
He's got good feet. I witnessed that in person.
I like how his glove stayed down there on that ball.
Well, yeah, he's a good player.
Came through it. Didn't anticipate a hop, right?
Yeah, he got in the game last year against us as a freshman, so
that was a smooth transition, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
See how his arm is here? Good little hop. That's good enough.
Good enough on the turf.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, that was a solid round. I think just the training that the kids are getting today, you can see it here fundamentally. Just the hands and the footwork that...
The footwork thing has really come a long way, I'd say, in the last 4 or 5 years. You didn't see people working as hard as they are working out, getting round balls and getting through the balls. And that is from their training. You're exactly right.
There's so many drills these kids are doing in the off season in these facilities, and that's why I like the club system. I do. I have no problem with it because the kids are getting more training. They're getting better training, and like or don't like, I think it's given these kids more opportunity to be better.
I agree. The only thing I don't like about it, and I'm a club guy, but
sure.
Some guys specialize too early.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
I'd like for them to play a lot of different sports. Play them as long as you can, because there'll be one day you won't be able to play.
They're going to tell you at some point, right?
Or you tell yourself. You're sitting on the bench.
I'm done.
That's it.
Yeah, strong arm.
Mm-hmm. Other Edwardsville kid. It's Burns.
23.
That was 21.
Was it 23?
23. Jennings. Caden Jennings.
Caden Jennings. He's got a 6'7" That's fast.
Yes.
Athletic kid.
Funkhauser's got like 3 shortstops out there. Only one of them can play.
Boy, I guess, man. A wealth of talent up the middle. Can't ever have enough kids. Ooh, turf's a little slickery out there.
That's what them college guys say. I could recruit 10 shortstops and I have a good defense. Put them anywhere. Ooh, good catch by first baseman.
Yes, it was. Got off the bag. So we got number 29 from Illinois, Eli Kaiser. I think it's sometimes tough for some of these guys. Like, what is his natural position? He's shortstop. It says shortstop, so.
And a pitcher too, right?
Yep.
He hit the ball well. I remember that. VP. Get there, attaboy. Good play.
That's a nice play. I like the fact that he didn't mind sliding for that. Got off his feet.
Can't be afraid to get dirty. Mom will do the laundry.
That's right. I always told my kids, hey, dude, that's what mamas are for. You know, wash uniforms. Moms always love that. Yeah, your mother made you do yours.
It's good practice. I used to take them when they were younger. Just bring all your stuff to the room, and we went to the car wash. You know, you get down in that red dirt down south, you know, and it gets bad. You spread them out in the car wash, power wash them, and then take them to the laundromat.
That's right. Exactly.
We do that every day.
Hey, big shout out right here, just as we're talking about moms. Gotta give a shout out. Jennifer Mayberry, our resident baseball mom. She's great to talk to, dude. We were talking last week, and Jennifer, because I asked her, I said that was the thing. Our moms are they're just a little stitious, not superstitious. And she was killing me with some of this stuff, man. These moms are doing.
Oh yeah.
So we got to get a win, boys.
Oh yeah. I've had some moms that just beat pacers. She'd be down third base line. It's like, where's Mrs. Beaton at? Yeah, she's down there. Okay. Austin's pitching, so she'll be moving. She ain't gonna sit still.
No, it's tough on them, man.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny because it doesn't change. You see those guys in the stand, you know, the mom and dad in the stands, and mom's up there just same way. Doesn't change.
Fixing the same meals if they did good.
That's right.
There's always something. I ate a tuna Subway sandwich for like about 4 weeks straight on game days, and we went to state one year. I'm the most superstitious guy you ever come across.
So you are superstitious, right, Coach?
Oh my gosh, I'm terrible.
There you go.
Wear the same underwear. Same unders, everything.
Well, you know, you go back to the Bull Durham, right? You know, if you're on a win streak because you're wearing ladies' underwear, then you are.
That's it. Yeah, there's so many things. I flip a quarter for a game and we win the game. I keep that quarter in my pocket the whole game. It's always something. But there are other years too where you go, I got nothing going.
Ain't nothing working.
I got to get something, man. I need something going. I got to find something that works. Do the same routine in the bullpen with the pitchers. I've done that for a long time.
But you know, I think that's the thought process of being consistent. I've always believed that consistency breeds success, and I think that has a lot to do with the same things, feeling comfortable about what you're doing. You're not overthinking something.
Yeah. Well, one of my alumni from I don't know what year, in the 90s anyway, And one thing that I do in the bullpen is I'll snap my fingers, and I'm trying to get him to feel for the curveball, the snapping of the fingers. And we got talking about that. And he'd been out of high school for like 10, 12 years, and he heard that, me talking to somebody about that, and he said, I never knew that. And he was one of our main guys.
Really?
I thought you were just trying to tell me to hurry up. So I didn't do a very good job of coaching there.
Oh, man.
Kyle Wayman.
There you go. Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Makes a difference.
I think we're getting ready.
Looks like ball game time, yeah?
I think the Missouri guy's loose. Illinois guy's still going, so looks like Missouri might be home because that guy's usually that's how that works. Whoever's ready first is home.
Looks like it. Justin, what do you got to say? Play ball. He's over here yawning. Somebody get the game going. All right. Tweet it out. So we're getting ready to start the game. Okay. We are. We're looking at a start here. That works, buddy. Whatever you think. Coach Moulder's out there working hard. Got the Jets taking off. Man, we look like we're in the big time here, Coach. I tell you. Yeah, YBM. Oh, no. Twitter, we only have the one. We don't have that, so we have to do it on that side. So, sorry, folks. We're doing some technical stuff over here. That's why I'm talking. Getting ready to tweet something out here. Coach talking about the rules. Getting them all set up here. We had some pretty good talent here. This ought to be a pretty decent game, Coach.
I hope. See how good the arms are. If a kid's bad, they'll just roll the inning and just keep on moving is what they'll do.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they spend a lot of time that way. They'll end an inning.
It just depends how many arms they got to throw, how long it's going to be.
Well, if we're looking at this, Missouri's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arms rostered. Okay?
That's good.
So you got, on Illinois, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rostered.
They could throw for the Missouri team, too.
Right.
Be a 7-inning thing. It just depends on what they got going on. There's other guys down there probably pitch a little bit, but who knows? We'll see. It should be fun.
Let's see what we get, right? You're an all-star. Do what? Yeah, the sun is down. We got the sky over there. Little night baseball on a Tuesday. Cardinals, man.
Something else.
Right? Since we're waiting here, let's talk Cardinals because I watched that last game, and that second base umpire blew that.
Yeah, I missed that, but I did see it yesterday, and yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that alone now, but I just can't believe it. You know, I'm watching these games, and it's just like they kind of seem, they're there. It's close. The pitchers are keeping in. They look a little flat. They're not getting quite home run here or there. I mean, when Bader, and then, that one Goldschmidt hit. My goodness, Coach.
It's not too often you get so many guys hot at the same time, and there's no better time right now. And they're all hitting.
Reminds you of 2011, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a good team.
The way they did it, they come out of the wild card that year too.
Yeah.
And it looks like you're going to see the Dodgers in that first.
I saw that. I don't like that. Dodgers are pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, and I.
Oh yeah.
Bill Russell, Davey Loeb, Steve Garvey, man. Then you had Reggie Smith in the outfield along with Rick Monday, Dusty Baker.
Yep.
That was a day, man.
I knew those guys.
I remember one of my first real experiences with that, baseball-wise, was 77, 78 World Series, playing the Yankees. I hate the Yankees ever since.
My dad and my brother are diehard Yankee guys. I can't follow them as much as those guys do. He's got the Yankees package. My brother does.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there you go. I just know, and I remember when Reggie Jackson hit those 3 bombs, it was just like, what?
Mr. October.
Yeah.
Dude could hit.
Reggie could hit, man. I know he's famous for that in his Yankee days, but when he was young, people forget his Oakland A days before that.
Oh, yeah, that was my team. I liked them. They were good.
Goodness, in the 70s?
First team to wear white shoes.
Yeah. You still got to love those unis, right?
Oh, yeah. Bert Campaneris, Manny Sanguian.
Yeah. I remember watching them when I was a kid. They were always down, because we lived in the Phoenix area. They were always down there at spring training. Mm-hmm. So I met Vida Blue down there.
Beautiful. Catfish Hunter, Riley Fingers.
Yeah.
That's some characters.
Playing the Cubs at Hohokam Park. That's back in the day right there.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't even think it's there anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Had the Lou brothers.
Man. Baseball was always fun. I always enjoyed spring training because you got closer to the players. I mean, it was very tangible.
It's one thing I've never been able to go to my whole career life. I've always had my own baseball in the spring.
Yeah.
Never been able to go spring training. Here they go, taking the field.
There it is. Give him a clap. There you go. Good. Want to do it now? Okay. All right, guys. Who do we have up first here on the mound? Coach, did you see a number? I didn't see a number. Dang it. Oh, there it is. Number 10. For Missouri.
Jack Niedringhaus from Country Day.
You know what? I don't care. That's a baseball name.
It is.
Niedringhaus. Because you can't hardly pronounce it. Right? So, automatically, MICDS kid. Yeah, Isringhausen, right?
We played Country Day this last year. I think he may have thrown against us.
So what is that? Yeah, what does MICDS stand for?
Mary Institute Country Day School. Used to be Mary Institute was the girls' school and Country Day was the boys' school, and then they combined them, so it's called MICDS now. It's quite a neat campus.
It's a private school, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're smaller. I don't know how we ended up playing them, but we did.
Well, I know Coach Tim Canavan, who's at Lindenwood now. He was there I think he won a championship there, didn't he? I think so.
Yeah, he's at DeSmet now.
Canavan's at DeSmet now. Wow.
Just hired him. Coach Dave Stewart went from DeSmet to Vianney, and Canavan's now the head coach at DeSmet. Good baseball guy.
He is. I liked him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good dude. Good dude. We'll have to catch him back up on the show now. Man, we're going to have to get him in our high school preview. Right? We're going to get Coach over here talking some baseball throughout the winter, get on the preview. See who you got this year, Coach. I mean, now we've had a year.
I'm not that far yet.
Well, we're talking early season. We're talking early season.
Liberty North's going to be really good. Yeah. Liberty beat Liberty North, but Liberty North had a lot more younger kids, and Liberty were state champs. So I know Liberty's arms were both juniors. I saw one down at Futures game, was awful good. I didn't get to see the state championship, but yeah, those two teams are people to pay attention to.
I agree. I mean, you're probably going to have the usual suspects. I think you guys will be in it. I think it's going to be interesting because I know West graduated quite a bit of seniors, didn't they?
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be interesting with Coach Goff there. I think CBC, they had a lot of young talent.
Oh, yeah. They got a lot of good players. This Funkhauser up to bat now.
And he's down at a 2-2 count. Lefty here throwing pretty good. That ball's running a little bit for him away from that right-handed batter. High. Got a 3-1 count, excuse me, folks.
Come out of your shoes now, 3-1, looking for a fastball.
He's got to challenge him. Don't want to put him on. Lead off. There it is. That's a good cut. I love to see that. Challenge him. Good cut. That's good baseball.
You square it up, it's not good baseball for the pitcher.
Hey, you know what? If he beats your fastball, coach, you got to just tip your cap, right?
Yeah. Or throw a curveball.
Like that right there?
Right up the middle. Good
Nice
piece of hitting.
Yeah.
Right up over the second base bag.
You know, that's too much. A 3-2 count there. He had that timed up pretty good on that fastball, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. This
Number
is
20.
Copeland, Caleb Copeland. Another Edwardsville kid, junior.
Be interesting lefty here. Lefty bat. Let's see if he's got a move. Is he going to throw over much? Whoa. He's up in the zone a lot right now, this young man.
Yeah, if he could just finish a little bit and get down there, it makes a difference.
When you're watching this, okay, you got the start of a game. You got a pitcher struggling a little bit mechanically. There's not really much you can say, is there?
Oh, sometimes you can make adjustments, but you don't want to put something in their head that something else to think about, because then they really stink.
Double play? Nope. Going to get one. That's a good decision. Got to play. Nice play. So if he's up in the zone. He's up in the zone early in the game like that. You kind of let him ride it out. See if he can find himself.
Yeah. They might be going in numerical order.
That's what it looks like. This is number 21, Gannon Burns.
Yep. Had Edwardsville. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. That's what it looks like. We're just going numerically. Strike one.
That's what we do in the All-Star games, showcase games.
Makes it easy, doesn't it?
Yep. That's why I always tell my kids, you get in the All-Star game, make sure you try to get a 1, 2, or 3 number. You get to hit more.
Oh, that's a good off-speed pitch. That was really good. He's got him 0-2 here. That was nice. That looked like a change. Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to get the butterflies out and get loosened up a little bit and then let things go.
He's doing a good job holding the runner, varying his look. Oh, good fastball. Strike 3. That's a nice pitch. That's a good sequence right there. I think you're right, Coach. I think you kind of figured it out. Number 23 here. Here's Caden Jennings. Ball 1. A little still up in the zone on his fastball. I'd love to, but I don't think they do sometimes. They'll put they don't have it out there today. I've seen it in the past where they display the
MPs and
yeah.
Yeah, get on Atlanta. All eight diamonds have got it. They got your MPs, you got your exit velo, you got your spin rate up on the marquee board on every diamond.
We got a 1-1 count here. Let's see what he's got.
Playing good music.
Always good to play with the music going. Up in the zone.
He is up.
Yep. And he's not chasing it.
That's the hardest part as a hitter, staying off that one, tell you the truth.
Looks like a beanbag.
Moulder just walked up the steps. He might be heading this way. Ooh, there's a good breaking pitch. He didn't bite. I thought he'd bite on that one. It was a good pitch.
Yeah, it was a good pitch. But the thing of it is, if you're not throwing that early, if you're not throwing strikes early with your fastball, it's hard to get him to chase that in a count like this. He's ahead.
It's true.
I don't have to bite at that pitch. It's off the plate. Ball 4. So we got number 24 coming up. That's William Millard out of O'Fallon High School. That's here local.
Yeah, they just beat Edwardsville in football last week or the week before.
Did they really?
Mm-hmm. It's a big school.
They're both big schools, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Edwardsville's like a college campus. It's beautiful.
Boy, that ain't no lie.
Your JV field is turf.
There he is.
The man, the myth, the legend. Doing good. Here, sit down here, Tim.
No, we're going to put him right in the middle there.
Took me a minute, but I got
You're fine. You're fine. We're joined here by Kevin Moulder.
Double steal.
Very good. Kevin made it up into the booth here. I'm going to let you squeeze in there.
Give you some room, Coach.
Beautiful night for baseball, isn't it?
Yes,
It is, man. It's a great night. You got some good kids out here, bud.
Yeah, it's got two good sides. I thought BP went really well. Some guys that took some great rounds. 60s. We had Connor Earlyline on a 6.55.
Oh,
He's cooking. This coach knows, and
yeah.
So we've had, and he'll be batting leadoff for Team Missouri. He's at second base. So we got a good group of coaches down here. We got a bunch of JUCOs, St. Louis U, SIUE, Maryville, Missouri Baptist. I know there's some other small schools here as well. So a lot of the local small schools are here too. So it's pretty happy with the turnout. So it's been good, and I think they've been pretty impressed so far with what we've tried out here. We got Jack Needinghouse on the mound to start off. He was a star at MICDS this year. Pitchability lefty, high academics. He's going to be looking to kind of go to a high academic type institution, maybe an Ivy or just one of the good academic schools.
very good. You got to love to see that. They know where they want to go. They know what they're looking for, right?
That is key. Finding the right fit is so important. We've talked about on this show with Coach Perkins a number of times.
We were talking. We were shouting out a few IQs there, or I guess grade point averages. Goes to the same thing, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
High IQ guys.
Although Coach can attest to this, that a high ACT does not equal necessarily a high baseball IQ.
No doubt.
That was Coach Lessman's famous line, the old St. Louis Community College and Wash U coach.
Yeah,
and
Wash U.
he'd have some guys at Merrimack that were maybe low academic guys with great baseball IQs, and he had some literal geniuses at Wash U, I'm sure, with low baseball IQs. So, pretty funny line.
We got number 25 up here, hitting for Evan Foster.
Yep.
Marora Forsyth.
Little lefty, I bet he can run. I don't know what you guys' numbers over
He's
there.
got the bases loaded here with 2 outs. I think it's 2 outs. I believe it's 2 outs.
Need lefty to pitch out of it.
Oh, tough play.
Duke can run a little bit.
Safe. He's safe. Oh, he got him. I think he thought he was out there, didn't he? Oh, yeah.
Duke can run a little bit. That's probably a place where if the guy slides, he's got a chance to be safe.
Yeah. And honestly, Coach, I think he was just he thought the kid got thrown out. I think he was trotting home.
Kev, what we got going here? 6, 7 innings? What you got?
We're slated for 9. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, it's the fall. We will, we're not going to hang anyone out. We're not going to make an in-game pitching change. So we'll roll an inning, and if someone that was supposed to throw 2 kind of gets roughed up a little bit, we will, certainly cut them off and, roll an inning if necessary.
This is Eli Kaiser on the mound. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Big, tall kid, 6'2", good frame.
Guys, I will be right back. I got to check on this pitcher.
Okay. Justin, jump over here real quick. I want you to look at this kid. Tell me what you think of his delivery. I know, you're fine. You're double duty tonight, bro. Yeah, you're double duty. You're doing some pitching analytics here, bro. What do you see with this right hand delivery here?
Well, I haven't really looked at him yet, so give me a second.
All right, I'll give you a second. 1001. There it is.
Appreciate that.
Dissect him.
Well, it looks like he's a little short on his backside. He's not finishing overly. You notice his arm, he's kind of short arming the ball a little bit.
I agree. I bet it's a pretty good velo, though.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Do you think that'll? Let me ask you this: when you see something like that, does it create maybe some mechanical issues if you're missing some, coming through, not getting your foot down? Does that happen at times?
It just depends. I mean, if it's what he's grown up with and he's comfortable with it, I mean, he can still get the arm action being short like that. But I think the biggest thing is maybe he won't get the whip that he can, or maybe it causes issues on his finish because he doesn't seem to be. I mean, you see his finish there; he's not coming down, he's not pulling through as much. So I'd be curious to see how that affects it.
Interesting.
I had him 81 across the infield. That's what they said.
81, coach?
Yeah.
He looks like he's throwing pretty good.
I think he's a little more than that off the bump here.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like his ball's running as well. I don't know if that was a two-seam, but it definitely ran off the plate there.
It is running, isn't it?
It's definitely running.
It's got... And running away there, it's got to be, I would imagine, a two-seam rather than a cutter. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, because obviously running away from a left-handed batter, so that would be a two-seam. Now, that one hit the bull.
Yeah.
Just got to get that one out of the way.
Yep. Always one.
That happens. This chair is killing me. Keeps riding up. It's broke.
Also, if you notice his front side, his front foot when he's landing, he's not landing straight down off the mound.
So these are all, and as somebody's looking at this stuff, it's all correctable. Those are easy things to correct.
See his front foot, the way it landed there?
It's coming across his body a little bit too much.
Yeah, he's having to throw across his body, which can cause, different mechanical issues and things like that.
Because they were talking about, I forget, there was a St. Louis pitcher that was doing that. So he lands too much on it, and he would always throw across his body. And they were talking about that being an issue velocity-wise too. Maybe you're not getting as much through that as well.
At least he's consistent with it.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's replicating his mechanics very well, and what he's doing, it's pretty much the same every time.
These guys are not going in numerical order.
No.
The Missouri team?
No.
That's number 12.
That's way up there.
Number 12 up there. Sierravo, Parkway Central. Fly out, pop out to left field. Put a pretty good swing. Who we got? We got Bryson Naputi coming up. Now I'm looking forward to seeing this. This ought to be interesting here. Because Bryson hit the ball well in BP, Coach.
Hammered it.
So he's got a chance here. Move a runner. See what he does here.
Got a stolen base. No throw.
Wow.
I think that was definitely more off the pitcher and the fact of he's been very consistent with his hold times going to the plate.
And also he's a 6.55 runner.
Oh, that makes a big difference.
That's an early one.
On the base paths?
Yeah.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It is.
So that's a guy that you got to know is quick, change up your looks while you're on the mound. Make sure you give your catcher a chance. Do whatever you can.
Very, right?
Jeff City guy. He's going to take third now.
Oh, wow.
He one-looked him.
Foul ball. Boy, that was nice, too.
That was a good jump by him. Did he notice he was one-looking?
I don't know what the count was right there, but it could have been a time for a team take, too. The big jump he had.
He had a great jump.
Yeah, he did.
Well, and that goes to it as the catcher, and I know we're not going to see that here, but you got to understand the kid already stole a base from you. Vary your looks a little bit. That's something you learn with speed on the base paths. There you go. Give him a look.
That's where, though, in that situation, in college, I would just, look 2 or 3 times there rather than going, because then you go back to the same way that you did before. He did a little pickoff move there, but that doesn't do anything to change the look of when you're delivering to home plate.
Right.
Just swipe third.
He did.
On the curve.
And he did it easy.
He's got a good pitch to go on.
Oh, he's moving around those base paths.
I'm sure he steals home.
I loved what he did and what you were saying there, Justin, about, he made the little move, but then he did the same exact thing, and Earlywine had that jump. He had it timed perfectly. He knew. He just took it,
right when he turned his head back towards home plate.
He took off.
Yeah, he went
because
that's
knew
where he turned a walk
come
into
back
a
and
triple.
look at him.
Right.
If he comes back and does that double look, he's stepping off and throwing to third, and you got a chance to get him. Still might not have got him, and that kid's fast.
Right. It's another walk.
Yeah.
So you got no outs.
No outs.
No, 1 out.
One out. We got the 1 out.
David Broughton from Vianney.
Oh, this ought to be interesting, Coach. He had a pretty good round of BP as well.
Yeah, he can hit first and third, see if he goes 2.
And I think Naputi's got some speed, too. He ran a 6'8", 160.
For his size, that's pretty good.
So
it's great for anybody.
This is not a good situation with all this speed. That's a base hit. Is it going to get down?
Nope.
Great.
Oh, that's
catch.
a heck of a nice catch.
Great catch.
Got the run
Laid
home.
out.
Yeah.
Got it.
Played that well.
That's Luke Range. He is rangy.
There we go again.
Yes, Luke Range out of Edwardsville High School. That's a nice play by that young man out there.
Yeah, he tracked that well.
Yeah, he did.
Edward Ushold to bat. Parkway South. These guys are running.
That's where you got to take that pitch right there. He had that base stolen.
Yep.
How hard is that to do, though? Honestly, when you see the guy take off, but are you really focused? Do you see that?
In my opinion, it gets harder later in the count. If you're, maybe 2-1 or something like that, or if you're 2-0 and you're looking just dead red and you see your pitch, that's when it gets hard. On an 0-0 count like that, maybe you're expecting him to go.
What do we got? 2 strikes here?
So
He's taking a longer look at these kids at first here, Coach.
yeah, he better.
He's
There
gone.
he goes again.
Ah!
Ball.
But I think we got 2 strikes.
I believe so.
Yeah, so you can't blame him there.
But at least he's changing up his looks now. He's learning a little bit.
Make an adjustment. That's what you got to do, make an adjustment. Oh, that's going to get down.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it is not.
Oh, he crashes into the wall.
That's not good,
and
but
he
he caught
caught
it.
it.
Great catch.
Oh, young man, I hope he didn't hurt himself.
Heck of a catch.
I don't think we caught that on the camera there because that
might have been
corner,
right out of
that
frame.
corner gets out of frame. Sorry,
Yeah.
folks. That was an outstanding catch by the
Who was that?
right fielder. We're going to get that number as he's rolling over here because he's about to. The wall will win every time, won't it, Justin?
I know that all too well. I mean, he was moving too.
Yeah, he was.
Couldn't see
I
it.
couldn't see his number, so sorry, folks. But that was a heck of a catch.
Yes.
Nice play by that young man. We got this young man coming back out from last inning. He threw a good first inning, Coach.
Not too bad. This will probably be it for him.
Yeah. We got a 1-1 ball game. Wow. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. I got Coach Tony Perkins from Francis Howell High School with me. We're going to probably have Kevin Moulder back up talking. And my name is Brian French with Youth Baseball Midwest. Thank you for joining us on this YBM cast. We got a 1-1 ball game here, top of the second inning. Illinois versus Missouri. And we'd like to thank, as always, Game 7 Baseball Power, or YBM Cast, powered by Game 7 Baseball. Game7baseball.com. Get your fall on. Get ready for the spring season. Red Earth Productions, that's who we are, folks. Red Earth Productions is the producer of YBM Cast. If you're looking for some sports videos and whatnot, give us a jingle. We'd love to help you. 636 400-3199. Appreciate that. All right, here we go. We got 2 balls and no strikes to start the inning here. Number 26 for Illinois here.
Braden Biggs from Belleville West.
See what he's got. He's a catcher. That's a good off-speed pitch. You know what? On a
Good
2-0
turbo.
count, yeah. Throw it for a strike. I don't think he was expecting that at 2-0. Another good pitch. Oh, I'm sorry.
Strikeout.
Strikeout. This young man settled in. We were talking, he was up early, you know, but he has really settled down, throwing some good pitches.
27 is Tony, and that's your name.
Kono Piazza.
Downers Grove North.
I'm going to stick with that one.
Go ahead.
Maybe we'll get. I want to see if Kevin knows how to.
He probably does.
He probably does, right? We'll see if I'm close. We got a 1-0 count. Ooh,
2-0.
it might have been a little low. Looks like a little in and low off the plate there. Appreciate these Blues coming out tonight, working the game. Ball up.
They're
we
getting
got?
paid.
Yeah, it's true. Always got to thank them though,
Yeah, you're true.
because it is a thankless job. You know that.
Absolutely.
You don't get much thank yous. And we got a 1-out walk. Number 29 coming up next here. Here's,
Guys pitching.
Eli Kaiser coming up. Normal University High School. Normal, that's, what is that, Springfield, Jacksonville area, right? Springfield Normal?
You run through it on the way up to Chicago.
Yep. Yeah. Rhino baseball in the summer. Here's where I need to go. Here. Sorry, I'm going to get over here and look at some of these things here. And we'll get to Mr. Kaiser here. Get into some of his stats that are up here. Good swing. Mr. Kaiser's pitch, he pitched that first inning. He's up to bat right now. We're talking about this. He's got his fastball max is 82. He has a curveball and a change. And I'm going to come back, though, here to the young man we got on the mound. Because I want to I'm looking at these.
Jack, need room in your house?
Yep. And we got statistics here. His max fastball is 84. He's got a decent spin rate on that, Coach, on his fastball, 2037.
It's good.
Curveball spin rates, 2022.
Just do a nasty one there.
And he's got a curveball, changeup, and a slider.
Problem is, what Justin was talking about earlier, is he's up quite a bit.
Yep. What do you, when you're talking spin rate here, I know the Major League Baseball average is right around 2,200, right in there, right?
Yeah, you get a high school kid 2,000. That's really good. That people pay attention to that.
I like the.
I'm just starting to learn about this stuff. I learned about
Me too.
Atlanta when I saw it up there every pitch.
Right? Me too. I'm just getting, because I started looking up this stuff. That's a good pitch. Catcher held on to it.
Yep, got him.
Good job there. Cannon Stuckey, I think, is behind the plate there for Missouri right now. That's a nice play by the catcher. We got Luke Range up to bat here. See if he starts him off with the fastball. I don't think these kids are used to playing with the music going in the background.
I bet they like it.
Strike one. Good fastball. As you were saying, he's calling that ball up in the zone a strike.
It's good.
Yep. And it's there. It's not a bad pitch. That's up above the face mask. You know, because you look at this, Coach Stuckey, the way he's set up, the top of his mask is right at the top of the strike zone. So if he's catching that ball at his mask,
Strike.
right?
Yep.
We got a 1-1 count. We got 2 outs. Runner at first. Nice.
Change piece right there.
Yeah.
Had him off stride.
Because he's got from 79 to 84, his curveball 63 to 67.
That's one thing I always tell our guys, try to get about 10 miles difference. That's good. If you're not 10, you need to find something else. There you go. Got him on a fastball.
Another solid inning. Had the walk in there, but hey, you know what?
Pitched his way out of it.
He did.
Struck out 3 of the last 4.
That's good pitching right there. You'll take that every day.
Yep.
All right. Hey, guys, while we're here between, I got to get out of that. I got to get to my computer here. There it is. Oh, wow.
Gannon Burns is taking the mound for Illinois, Medwarsville.
Okay. So they made that pitch. He went, the one young man went just the 1 inning there. Folks watching in Missouri here, we got, I know that there's some stuff coming up, Sports Barn, I believe at the end of October. St. Louis Open, October 24th at the Sports Barn, PBR, Missouri, Wentzville, out of Wentzville. They do a good job over there. You were at the one there with that. That's you got TrackMan. They'll have the blast motion, all the tools, right?
Yep.
So if you're looking to get some numbers in, guys, for the winter, before your winter workout, and you haven't been to one of, send in your registration for the Missouri St. Louis Open. October 24th at the Sports Barn in Wentzville, Missouri. These are for 2022 to 2025 classes. PBR Prep Baseball Report. There you go. On with the game. We always try to keep everybody informed, Coach. That's a good thing.
Do a good thing. I like what you said about you haven't been out. Might be time in that age to get out there and get some numbers up on the board, and you pop some good numbers, you're going to be on the college coach's radar, and then plus gives you goals to improve upon yourself.
That's the thing with these 2025s, right? If you haven't been to one, you get your feet wet in there, right?
Yep.
Get some of the nervousness out.
Mm-hmm. Austin Almany, St. Pius X is up.
Sweet. Justin, I want you to tell me, you got to come over here and tell me what you think of this young man throwing.
Little sidearmish.
A little bit, right?
Different look, different arm slot. It's good. Ooh, line drive off the pitcher's glove up the middle. Second baseman
that's a
got
nice
him.
Play.
Oh, he dropped the ball.
That was Funkhauser, wasn't it? Playing second base there. It was.
Yep.
That was a heck of a play. Great try. Oh, you're out.
The only two I got.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm good. I got one.
Here you go.
Did you see that play? Off the pitcher's glove.
Oh, I did not.
To Funkhauser, threw it over there, and first baseman dropped it.
Go make it.
You're fine.
Pitcher was on the hot seat and had to get a guy loose.
We got 23 here. Is that Tyler Whitworth from Hazelwood West?
I believe you're correct. Yep, that is correct, Coach. I like this kid, and he's a nice kid. I met him. I've talked to him. I really enjoyed talking to him when we were there at the Sports Barn last year.
Okay.
And met him. Really enjoyable kid. Oh, that's a good curveball.
Yeah, Tyler's an interesting guy. He really looks the part. He's got some physical tools. Let's see if he can run into one here for us.
He is a big physical kid, isn't he?
He's about 6'3". And he's a young guy. He's one of the 23s, so tonight we're mixed, 2022s and 2023s.
I always like to see kids how they pitch from the stretch. You always have the stress. How do you deal with stress? I mean, it's one thing. This is a stressful environment anyway. You got people watching. You know you're trying to impress, but then you add that on top of that kid at first base. That was a good pitch.
That was good breaking pitch on the hands.
Back, number 2.
Got Grant Dotson, Jackson High School. This kid's a really good runner. Jackson had a really good high school season this year. They were kind of a fringy top 10 for a large school, and made a good run in a tough regional. They were in there with that Lindbergh group and
Cape
Vianney.
Central and Poplar Bluff and some of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Bluff's probably with Hickman, those guys.
Yeah, because we didn't expect them to beat Lindbergh, right?
Right, and they
They did. I thought they did.
No, CBC won that.
Yeah.
So CBC Lindbergh in the finals, but Jackson was the 3 seed, I believe.
That's correct.
That was a pretty good. That wasn't quite like Coach Perkins regional that he was in, or district, I should say.
Not good.
The state championship district.
Right?
Yeah.
But it was a good one nonetheless. I mean, Lindbergh and CBC and Jackson are really good programs.
Curveball fouled it off.
We were just looking. What's the pitcher's name here? What's this young man's name?
Gannon Burns from Edwardsville.
Edwards, Ohio. Another strong high school program.
You got that right.
Every year.
Just mentioned earlier, that was my last opening. I got him.
Oh, wow.
I get to go over there. Oh, curveball and dirty. Swung and miss.
So he's pitching. He doesn't have. We don't. So he doesn't have any pitching stats. He only got the hitting stats up. So we'll come back to that. And this is the young man. He does have a good curveball, doesn't he?
Yep. This is our Webster Groves product.
Zach Johnson.
Center fielder at Webster.
Oh.
He's making people look bad with that curveball.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that a curve or is he throwing a slider?
I think that's a curveball right there. Could be wrong.
Different arm slot.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Back. Almost like a slurve.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right?
Yeah, it's not your 12-6 curveball.
I think that can be. I was watching the Dodger game, and Julio Urias. They were talking about he was struggling throwing that curveball early in the season, and he went back to more of a pitch like that, and they called it a slurve, and he's had great success since. And I think from that slot, he threw a lot from that same slot as this young man is.
Yeah, that's a great comp and observation.
So when you see, that 3/4, I think, you're not trying to break it over like if you're coming over the top.
No doubt.
And man, if you can throw that at the hitter's elbow, and it's breaking another 6 inches, like that.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, he just put on a clinic with that breaking ball there that inning. Wow.
That's impressive. All right. Appreciate everybody out there joining us. We got a 1-1 ball game starting we're back to the top of the 3rd inning. It's moving right along, Coach.
Yep, sure is.
Pitcher's throwing strikes. You're feeling good about that, ain't you?
You got that right. Got a new arm. Got a lefty out there. Nolan Folks. Okay. This kid's from our conference. That's not good.
Is this the Holt kid?
Yes, Nolan Folks, pitchability lefty, really good feel for what he's doing on the mound. Good curveball, good changeup, strike thrower. Hopefully I didn't jinx him right there, but
oh no, you won't do that. We won't allow it. I want to see a couple things here. I always like to look at this because we were talking about spin rate, remember?
That's who you talk about spin rate with.
Yeah,
he knows a lot more about it.
We were talking about that, and he was giving me some pointers. Kevin was getting me up to speed on this.
Yeah,
so.
Nolan's kind of a low spin rate guy, which is a good thing. With the spin rate, what you want to be is abnormal. You don't want to be average. So you either want to be really good, really high. I shouldn't say good because both low and high are good. So you either want to be really low, below the norm, or really above the norm. And Nolan kind of is right now a little bit below, which works good with his stuff.
Kev,
that he has.
all lefties are abnormal.
Yes, bingo.
They pitch out of the wrong side of the brain, right?
That is correct. Breathe through the eyelids.
Oh.
I thought Jack came back and threw a really nice 2nd inning there for us. Struck out the side. You got to see his plus change up there. You saw a much better look. And so the thing that's kind of tough about the fall is Jack's a starter for the MICDS football team. This is his first outing since the summer. He was also finished the summer a little early because he had a broken thumb. So this is the first time he's pitched live in about 2 months. So kind of saw it in that first inning. He walked a handful of guys there, but limited the damage. Only gave up 1, and then had a really strong 2nd inning where he struck out the side and got us a 0. So
Absolutely. And that's what Coach, 3 out of the last 4 batters, he struck out.
yep.
Yeah,
So-
4 Ks in 2 innings. That's pretty good.
Yeah. You take that, right, Coach?
Absolutely. People aren't on base. That's a great thing.
I like what you were saying because we were talking earlier today, and you brought up that spin rate because we were talking about the major league average being around 2,200,
Yeah, about 22 to 2,300.
and he's sitting at 1920.
Yep.
This young man here, so he is pretty well below that.
Yes. Now there is a conversion. So like young guys, obviously their velos aren't all the way up, so there is a conversion rate. So no one, would be big league below average, but he's, truthfully probably in a decent spot for his, for where he's at right now.
Gotcha.
3 years from now, this kid's going to throw considerably harder, and usually when velocity goes up, the spin rate goes up as well.
Is that really natural that when the velocity goes up, spin rate, are they really getting the pronation that they need?
So it's just, the velocity goes up, spin rate goes up, but not all hard throwers have high spin rates. I think I told you Jordan Hicks is a great example of a low spin rate guy who has the best fastball in the big leagues, or at least the hardest one. I think he's been up to 105 or 104 or whatever. So,
Yeah. Although I'm going to throw this in here. Oh, that was a good pitch.
Threw a good curveball 3 pitches ago. It was really sharp.
Jump in there if you see something, Coach. Go ahead and jump in there. Just talk over me. A lot of the guys I've seen, and I think that may be a product of the fall, right? And it just dawned, as you said that. A lot of guys are up.
Yeah.
They haven't been thrown regularly,
Not
right?
all of them have been thrown on a regular basis.
But I agree with what I think you said projectable with this kid here. I think you're absolutely correct.
He's got a feel for what he's doing,
bigger.
doesn't he?
He's going to get bigger. You hope he gets bigger.
Yeah, he's a good athlete too. I know him a little bit. There's that good curveball.
Yeah, that's sharp. Every kid's a pretty good player too, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I like Riley. He's got some real juice. He can lose one if you're not careful. And our young left-hander took care of him. Nice fastball up and in. Riley committed to it and got the strikeout.
Owen Cornett's up now from DuQuoin.
Yeah.
Say that?
Yeah, DuQuoin, and he showed some juice in BP as well.
Hey, we've been struggling with this name. Can you get it right?
Oh,
What number is that, 27? Oh, that's Tony Kanopoulos.
Canopolis?
Yep.
You're close.
I wasn't even close, Coach. I told you.
There's a beauty.
Oh, that was brutal. That's all
$1 million
right.
fastball right there, right on the outside corner.
Yep.
Maybe a ball off even.
Tonight's a strike.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Trying to go back out there.
Well, that's a
Caught him
nice
napping.
snap.
Had a chance throwing behind him, Stuckey.
Both
He's
our
got a-
Missouri catchers can really throw the ball.
I like this kid at first base.
Oh, KB, Kyle Byrne.
That Curtis's brother.
Yes, youngest boy in a family with 3. The oldest at Curtis, who's at TCU, and then the middle brother is going to Drury.
Oh,
and
boy.
KB, Kyle, is the youngest, so he got beat up on and is a tough kid, and those youngest always have the advantage.
He put on a hitting clinic.
KB can swing it. He's not going to pitch tonight, but I also really like him on the mound as well. He lefty with a really good curveball, and he also has a little bonus here. Has a great personality.
Yeah.
Like might be the funniest guy in the dugout type guy usually. So he'll keep you on your toes. Good kid.
You gotta love that, don't
Yeah, absolutely. Makes it fun to come to the park. Coach knows how important that is.
It really is.
Like the guys in your dugout, and
There was
Other guys you don't want in the dugout.
Right. Go down to the bullpen and just sit down there. Oh, there we go. Another strikeout.
Got Funkhauser looking.
You had a young man like that, played outfield. He was, when we came out to your field, we did an interview out there. This has been back in the day when we first were starting, Coach. Young man played the outfield for you. He was just cracking up, sticking his face in the pictures. He took the picture with us with Coach Sissel and all the guys. You remember that?
Oh, that was Antoine Patton.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a character.
Yes. Yes, he is. Got another arm coming out for the Illinois team. Evan Foster from Mariah Forsyth.
Oh, man. A lot of left-handed pitchers here, Coach.
If you're breathing and you got a pulse and you're left-handed, you got a chance.
I love it. I love it.
We got to the state championship game in 2003. Little kid top 55 miles an hour.
Really?
Really. He struck out the guy going to KU from Lee Summit. It's huge.
Oh, mercy.
Curveball, strike two. I knew he was going to throw I said don't throw him a fastball, and he threw him a fastball, and gun had him at 55 miles an hour. Looks
like we got Stuckey coming.
How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah. Turning the music down out there. You know, Coach and I were talking. I don't think these kids are used to playing ball with the music going.
I know. I asked them before the game. I was like, "Are you guys comfortable with this?" And they all said yes.
Oh yeah.
Heard it, so we'll see.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong. Hey, you know, showcase stuff, right?
Keep the energy out.
That's right.
At least me, I'm like kind of dancing on the sideline.
Yeah, we just started playing music in our practices. They had talked me into it about 4 or 5 years ago.
Uh-huh.
But there are times when the music has to go off. When we're teaching, it's like, turn it off.
Nobody's listening, right?
You're right. Yeah, turn it off. I need some eyeballs and ears right now.
Oh. So we have number 25. What is this young man's name, pitching coach?
25 is Evan Foster.
All right.
No, he was up there last time, wasn't he?
Is this the same? Is this the same kid from last inning?
I don't think so. I think this is a new one.
Number 25.
Evan Foster from Mariah Forsyth.
Yeah. The lefty. This ought to be interesting. We're going to pull up, see what we got here. Statistically.
He's got Stuckey up first.
He's got a max fastball at 79 miles an hour. And mind you guys, we're not quite sure. It might have been a while since these stats been posted, you know. So it could have been from his like freshman year. Fastball spin rate 1945. That was a very good year. World War II ended. That's
Stuckey, little one hopper. Funkhauser makes the play.
That kid does look smooth at shortstop, doesn't he?
He's got the actions. Can't help but Dad being second baseman himself.
Yeah. Smooth is faster. That's what I always like to say. Smooth is faster.
I didn't catch a number here, did you?
Number 6.
6.
Number 6. That is Avery Orovitz. Yeah, Avery Orovitz out of Lafayette.
Yep.
Nice curveball. Off speed. Start him off. I like to see pitchers do that.
Yeah, if you can throw it for a strike, that's a serious weapon, no doubt.
I mean, there it is. Oh, that's great.
That's 2 in a row.
Man.
Throw it again.
It's like you said, Coach, you know, high school, if you got a kid 92, throw your fastball, right?
Absolutely.
But if you're, I mean, he's not a real high velocity kid. Oh.
He did throw him 3 curveballs in a row.
He did, didn't he? I liked
Wasted that one.
I like the little extra quick step to the kind of throw him off a little there, Al.
Yeah, that people are trying to do that more and more lately. A lot of times when they speed it up like that and go fast, usually not a good pitch. Mechanics go to all cattywampus and you're done. I like it.
Yeah.
Personally, I like it, but you got to be able to do it and practice it.
Got an 0-2 count here. Fastball.
Got him.
Now, see, and like we were just talking, you three straight off speed, you throw that fastball, and it's hard to catch up.
No doubt. You throw the 3 off speed, and then you come through with something like that, and you think it's about 95 when it's 78.
Right. That's a good pitch, good sequence. See if he does the same thing here. He did.
He's pitching backwards.
Yep. This is Peyton Mills out of Troy Buchanan. Shortstop, Midland Bandits in the summer.
But this is something that should be taken care of in a dugout when you're on deck and you're in the hole and the hitters are talking. It's like, okay, I saw curveball, first 2 pitches, and first curveball there. So now maybe he's getting some kind of a routine that, as a teammate, you can help each other out with there just by paying attention and watching. Another curveball.
He has got him off balance with his off speed, and it's good off speed.
You got 2 strikes on him now. He's going to throw him a fastball.
Yep. He's 1-2. He's in charge. He's definitely in charge. We're in the bottom of the 3rd here. 1 out. He did that again. Shortened up. He did that on his fastball on that curveball last time. With that 2 strikes, he quick steps and tries to get the rhythm a little better. Oh, good curveball. Wow, that's a really solid inning for that young man. And as we were talking, and this is the tough thing, and I want to say this real quick, YBM Cast powered by Game 7 Baseball. Game7baseball.com. Make sure, folks, register your team for this fall, for the spring, get ready to go. We were talking to some of the Midland guys over in Cincinnati, Coach, and you know, we talk about velocity as pitchers, and he says, and that was one of the things he looked at me and says, look, 92 plays, 82 doesn't. And I understand that thought process, and I get it. Is there going to be a time, do you think, you see kids, and I know you're looking for velocity, you're always looking for that, but you see some of these pitchers that are maybe a step below, but they're good, they're solid, they get outs, they can pitch.
Yeah, that's something you have to figure out over time. And when we're making cuts, we miss on guys because we don't know. But if we can see a guy that is throwing strikes with his off speed, and able to pitch a little bit, that's the guy that you figure out. Maybe we can use him one time through, and we're not going to let anybody see him twice. I've had a lot of guys like that. With a big curveball, which they see it one time, that's enough. I mean, you don't
right. I understand.
Yeah.
And because it's different at the high school level like that, you need to find some of those kids, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. You got to have people throw strikes.
Because you might not have that many high level arms to really get where you want to go. Oh,
that happens to all of us if we go 5 or 6 games a week. You're going to be down there. I mean, no doubt. This is Caleb Copeland from Edwardsville.
And we got Nolan Folks on the mound.
Still, yep, that was a good pitch. Right down the middle.
Yeah, he pitched last inning, didn't he?
Yep.
Almost had that one. Just jumped through the window. I like the pitching in the game so far. I think it's been pretty good. For a fall, nice off speed, That's a nice piece of hitting.
Lace down left field line. Cope's on his way. Stand up dub. Nice piece.
Yeah. Caleb Copeland out of Edwardsville High School, St. Louis Prospects. Very good. Very good. Leadoff double. Let's see if they can turn it into a run here.
I saw that stroke from his brother a few times.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Number 21 here up to bat.
Gannon Burns from Edwardsville.
Okay. Gators Baseball Academy.
He struck out last time.
Okay.
Swinging. He's on it this time. Foul ball.
I think we got a 1-1 count here. Even if you get a base hit or a ground ball, get it to the right side, get that runner moved.
Yep. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
When you're I know everybody here, we're all looking for the big swing, good swings, and, I understand you're trying to put your best foot forward. But, as you're talking through the high school season, that looked like a pretty good pitch.
Wasn't bad.
You want a productive out here, if nothing else, correct, Coach?
Yep, put the ball in play. Yeah, like you said, go oppo with it. Do your job.
Drew a walk.
Do the walk. Good night, your first and second.
Oh, and we're looking at Caden Jennings.
Right. He walked last time, stole second base.
I think this could get good fastball. Good fastball to starting. I think he threw that with a little extra zip on it. Strike two. High leverage situation right here. You got no outs, first and second. He's got ahead of him 0-2.
Yep, need an out.
He's throwing two good pitches. See what he's got here, 0-2. Fastball off the plate. Well, that was close pitch.
That was too close to take. With 2 strikes, I think I'd be swinging at it.
Boy, that looks pretty good. No offense to Blue. Nothing that way, but wow. I thought he threw him a chair on that last pitch.
Thought you were supposed to be nice to umpires.
Yes, we're being nice. We're being nice. Hey, everybody misses one here and there. Oh, and he hit him.
HBP.
Okay, no outs. Number 24 striding to the plate here.
William Millard from O'Fallon.
What did he do last time, Coach?
He walked.
Okay. Now we're really in some heat here.
Good hack on a fastball right down the middle.
Boy, yeah. That's what you want to see. I'm looking. This is going to be
Bases
interesting.
juiced. Heck yeah.
I want to see if you can drive one in the gap. That's a good pitch.
He didn't want to go oppo there. Got to put the ball in play. Touch it.
Let's see what he's got. Pitch. And
strike 3.
wow. Okay. I don't even know what happened there. Number 25.
Evan Foster.
Okay. And he
hit the pitcher's glove, took Funkhauser, and then the first baseman dropped it. I think that was that play.
Would you have scored that a hit or an error?
I think he would have had him if he held on to it.
Okay. So, probably get an E there. Sometimes, though, I know scorekeepers will be a little nice and give a hit on that kind of play. It's a tough play. He's dotting some corners right now. I mean, this young man is got the bases loaded, and he's getting it done right now. That's a double play ball.
Booted. No, they're going to score 3 maybe here.
Yep, they are. Man, that's a tough break for the pitcher. That's a tough break for the pitcher.
And there's that turf. You make a mistake, but the ball just keeps right on rolling in the gap and score 3 runs instead of 1.
And, you know, I don't know how much these kids have played on turf, but you know that's a big old hop off that turf like that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Was that turf top? That turf bounce? Yeah, I mean, it can be a very nice. You love that can of corn kind of hop off that turf, but it is different, and you got if you haven't played it that much.
Braden Biggs.
Oh, that's a nice
ground ball,
play.
third baseman.
Nice play by the third baseman there.
Yep, took his time, looked runner back, set his feet, made a great throw. That's how you do it.
You got to have a good arm to do that.
Yeah, should. You're a third.
That's what it's about, right? So we got a 3-run lead. Are you keeping the score over there, buddy?
Yeah.
All right. Good. Yeah, I'm with
He's
you.
doing good.
That's a strike.
He's pitching a little bit now.
Mm-hmm. He threw the double play to get himself out of the inning. So, I mean, he did a good job there.
Hey, this is our guy.
Number 27?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm going to tell you right now, I can't even remember how he pronounced that.
Canopolis.
Canopolis?
Canopius.
But there's no L unless the I is an L.
I don't know. We just struck out.
No, I'm not laughing at the young man. That was just funny. I'm sorry, Coach.
Right.
Tony Canopitos. Canopitos or Canop. I don't know. Some say potato, I say potato. There we go. All right, we're at the end of the end of the top of the 4th.
I think we got a new arm.
Who we got ranging out there? Number 22.
Danny Mack.
I'm going to go look at that. While we're talking about this, folks, remember, Red Earth Productions is the producer of YBM Cast. We appreciate you watching YBM Cast. If you're out there and you haven't watched YBM Cast, you get to hear guys like Coach Perkins talk baseball with us. Go to YouTube. Our YouTube channel is Youth Baseball Midwest. All you have to do is search Youth Baseball Midwest, hit the subscribe button, hit that dinger, because that's what it is. It's a dinger, because we hit dingers.
That's right.
Chicks dig the long ball. And that gets you all your notifications for upcoming episodes. We are posting episodes on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. Central Time. We've got some player spotlights coming up that you won't want to miss. Got some great kids. Jackson Carter is coming up. Ty Sissel's coming up. Got a young man out of Springfield, Coach. Just a tremendous player, Jeremiah Jones.
Oh, great.
We're going to have him on as well. We got our winter workout tour coming. We're going to be out at Premier Baseball Academy. We're going to be over at talking to the Central Missouri Phenom. Going to be talking with hopefully the Missouri Bulls down in Cape Girardeau.
Gotcha.
So we're gonna make some rounds this year for our winter workout tour. So make sure hit that subscribe button. We appreciate your support out there, guys. All right, who do we got leading off down here? Number 5, Kyle Byrne. Oh, this ought to be interesting, right?
Yep.
We say number 22 here, pitching for Illinois.
Mark Danny from O'Fallon. 2022.
Okay. What's his? I'm sorry, Coach. Mark. Danny Mack.
Danny Mack.
Okay. 2022 right-handed pitcher. We got a max fastball here, 83 miles an hour. He's got a curveball, a changeup, and a slider. All his curveball, changeup, and slider all in that same range from 74 to 79. So we'll see here what he starts off with.
Fastball right down the middle.
Good pitch. We got a 4-1 ball game. Illinois in the lead. Bottom of the fourth inning. What? Illinois, I know. Well, you know. Looks like he's throwing that fastball pretty good, Coach. He looks like he's around that 83 mark, 83 mark.
I'd agree. Might be a little bit more.
Might be, right? I know we can't see it down there, but...
He talked to Coach Evans, Missouri State. Pitching coach be standing on the line and nothing, no gun, no nothing. He said 84, 82, 79.
Are you serious?
Most time he's right there.
Wow.
It's amazing.
He's seen it enough, hadn't he?
Yeah, Lumpy's a good dude.
That's kind of what we've been talking about. These guys haven't thrown it a little bit, maybe, and everything's kind of up. He's been up with his last 3 pitches. See how he makes that adjustment. See if he throws some off speed here. No, fastball.
Inner half.
Forget the curveball, Ricky. Give him the heater. That's the way it works.
Struck
That's
him
a
out.
good pitch.
Wow.
That was a good pitch. Wow.
Luke Abishon from Fort Zumwalt East up to bat now.
All right, let's see what Luke's got here. I think maybe his fastball might be a little better than that low 80s mark, Coach.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Seeing a lot of K's showing up on the Missouri side.
Yeah.
6 so far.
Because again, folks, I mean, these statistics, it might have been a year or so ago. We don't know, and because he's throwing that fastball pretty good. What do you think over there, Justin? Is he mid-80s?
I'd say 83, 84.
Okay. He's just loading up and letting it go. He ain't worried. I mean, if I pitch an inning. All right, we got a 1-2 count. He's ahead of him, Luke, right now. Zumwalt East product. Big shout out, Coach Hill. Go Zumwalt East. Roar Lions roar, right? That's right, baby. Both my kids graduated. There's a good pitch. Wow. That ball just came right back over the plate. Nice. I think that was a slider. Looked like a slider. Came back over the plate.
Top of the order. Here comes the Blazer. Early wine from Jeff City.
Uh-oh. Let's see what they got here for this fastball.
Strike
He's
one.
throwing strikes.
I like it.
I do too. With velocity, there you go. That's
Yep.
what you were saying earlier, Coach. If you got it, throw it till they hit it, right?
Hit your spots. In, out, down, up, moving around.
If you can't catch up.
Oh, there's a guy after my heart. Showed bunt. That a baby. Left-hander can run a little bit. It's got to be part of your arsenal.
And third base is playing behind the bag.
That's not no more.
No, he's up now.
You got to recognize what's going on. Take what they give you, as Coach Sissel would say. 2 strikes, she'll loosen up.
Let's see what it. Number 12 on deck. Joe Sierravo. We got a 1-2 pitch. Outside.
Don't want to walk this guy. It'll be a triple.
He has picked. I mean, he's got some. He's throwing a little harder than what it shows here. It looks like that ball's got a little giddy up on it. Can he beat it?
Nope.
Nope. But he made it close.
Good play. Good play. He hustled.
Yeah. Made it close. That's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the fourth. We're going to top of the fifth inning. Illinois leading Missouri 4-1 for the Battle of the Arch here at GCS Ballpark. It's really nice out tonight, isn't it?
Really is.
It's a great evening for baseball. Now, we can't see it here because the arch is behind us.
We'll see it on the way out of here.
Yes, we will. Cardinals are over there playing tonight. I got to see what we got here because we got a 16-game winning streak. Let me check a score here, folks. So they're probably watching. Up. Two. Milwaukee, right? Yeah. Milwaukee's clinched, so it'll be interesting.
They may be resting some guys.
Yeah.
What number is this pitcher? You guys getting that at all?
Yep, number 1, I believe it is. No, this is, I think that's Luke Abishan, number 7. It is. So Luke was just up at the bat. Now he's on the mound. Let's see if we can get some numbers.
Third pitcher for Missouri.
Luke pitched pretty well for East last year.
Yeah, we didn't see those guys.
He's got max on his fastball 84. He stays in that 80 to 84 range. Curveball 69 to 71. 2 pitches, unless he's added some more since we see this. Spin rate's around 20-41. Not bad for his fastball. Curveball 18-12. What year was the War of 1812? I don't know. Just stuff that pops in my head. I can't help it.
The mouse is running up there.
Leading off, we got number 29.
Eli Kaiser.
All right. What did he do last time, Coach?
Good heck. He struck out swinging.
Struck out swinging. All right. Start off with the fastball. We got an 0-1 count. Fouled it off. Woo. Up and in. A little chin. Got some folks out here. Folks coming out to watch the ball game, watch our kids. It's good. Folks in the ballpark.
You know Mom and Dad's going to come.
Yep.
It's a good pitch.
Yep.
Outer half.
I always like it. And we talked a little bit about this before. It's always nice to go to a school where your parents can travel to see you play.
Yep.
Oh, good curveball.
It really was.
Well, East, Austin Youngs went on. He was a senior, so you might see Luke at the top of this.
That was a good reason for us not to play Zumwalt East.
Yeah. So you might see Abishan on top of that pitching rotation. Senior, good fastball, throwing strikes.
Luke Range is up to bat from Edwardsville.
I'm getting my updates on the Cardinals. O'Neill is a hitting machine. There you go.
He hit another one?
Yeah, looks like it, or something. Let's see. We got Chew Tobacco Spit playing out there. Little country. Love it. That's a good pitch. I mean, he is dotting some...
looking good.
Yeah. I like it. He's consistent in his location.
Brian Twarney's up now, Riverside Brookfield. He walked last time.
I want to see one of these guys. Pitching's been pretty dominant so far. We haven't seen a lot of big hits, Coach.
Illinois got 11 strikeouts.
There it is. He is pounding that outer half.
Good time to swing.
Yeah. That's opposite. You got to see that. Make the adjustment. Just stay inside the baseball and drive it the other way.
See when you like and pound it.
Yeah. You're getting that fastball. Rollover.
Sharply hit.
Nice play by the shortstop.
6-3.
Very nice. Good inning. Solid inning for Luke Abishan. Good job, young man. 3 up, 3 down. We're going to the bottom of the 5th inning. A 4-1 lead. Illinois over Missouri. And
looks like Danny Mack's going back out to the hill for his 2nd inning.
there we go.
It's the first guy that's done that for them.
For Illinois.
Yep.
Yeah, they haven't had that, have they? Because they got a few more arms than the Missouri side. Nobody's been. We've had the 1 inning with some trouble.
The base is loaded.
Yeah.
That's been about it. Besides some stolen bases in the 1st inning where Illinois manufactured a run.
Yep. Nobody's really put a good. Like I said, I'd like to see where we haven't had the big hit. I haven't seen the big hit. See what we get here as these guys go through the lineup, see the pitching a little more. And I think that's true though too, as some of these pitchers, they may not be pitching as much because it's the fall, playing football and stuff. I think some of these hitters as well, they may not have been in the cage recently.
Yeah, that's about it.
Where? Is it? Oh, there it is. Sweet. We got it, Coach. Yeah. So keep an eye on that over there, would you? Because I can't see it from here, son. So. Yeah, it is over there. So we'll get a look at this. All right, we got first pitch, fastball. Oh, he drove that. He beat him.
There's your big hit.
That's a home run right there. Home run. Number 12, Joe Siervo. Parkway Central product, Gamers Baseball 2022. Nice job, young man. Oppo. Little Oppo taco there, bro. Nice hit, young man. Well, there it is. There's our first one. I like it.
You asked for it, you got it.
I appreciate that. I thought it was about time we needed that.
All right, Danny Mac, settle down, buddy.
And we got number 3 up to the plate. Bryson Naputi.
Naputi, yeah.
Strike. Good curveball right there. That was the first pitch he saw, wasn't it? On that leadoff homer? I think it was the first pitch he saw. First big hit there.
Joey can swing the bat. He had a great high school year. And he's one of my favorites in the area that's unsigned still. High energy. Yes, sir. He's a high energy player at Parkway Central, and he absolutely went off in their districts. They were the 4 seed,
and they won.
They ran the table.
Yeah. Which nobody thought they were going to.
No, you wouldn't, because that was Westminster, and yeah, so they shot right there, and Joe was on fire.
What schools is he getting some looks?
Yeah, he has some really high-end D2 offers that I know about. He is going to be a really, really nice college player. He might be a D1 guy. I know some high-end JUCOs that have offered him. Just knows how to play the game, high energy, does a lot of things good. Versatile defender. He plays shortstop at Parkway Central. In the summer times, he plays outfield. He's with the Gamers organization and does a really good job for them. And so versatile guy, can play a lot of different positions and can run one out of the yard, as you can see and as you saw, and steal a base.
Opposite field.
Yeah.
You gotta love.
Top end high school shortstop. When he goes to college, he's most likely going to be an outfielder and like maybe a backup utility infielder. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife guy that can do it all. Now here's the man of the hour.
Oh boy.
Who we got here? Here we got
Drew Lukoskia. He's the director of Illinois, so he's going to be able to give us some insight on these Illinois guys.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah. Sweet. Joe, pleasure to meet you.
Joe, I'm Drew. Good to meet you.
Joe, I'm sorry. I thought he said
no, Drew.
Drew. Drew Lukoskia.
Brian.
Oh, Brian. Good to meet you.
I messed up. There we go.
We're good.
We're all good.
Well, that allows me. Then I can mess up and not have to worry about it. There will be plenty of that.
You got some talent over there.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, when we came, when Coach Moulder came to me and with this idea to run this event, we originally thought, hey, let's, try to get some of the better 22s that we know of into this event. And as we got closer and had some spots open, got some 23s in the mix. And a lot of really good players came down here and wanted to be a part of this, which is really cool to see.
That is awesome. You've got a lot of 23s on your roster.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
It's a good mix. And sorry about that. Just had a little throwaway. It's a good throw. Got a throw over, but got away from him a little bit. Yes. You like to see these guys throwing these in high leverage situations, though, right?
Absolutely. And I mean, this guy in particular, just to talk on Danny, he came out of the bullpen for O'Fallon in the playoffs. It was the first time I saw him throwing a really good slider, and he's showcasing that tonight, which is good to see. He's throwing his fastball in the low 80s, but the slider's getting up to like 77, 79 miles an hour with 2,400 spin. So I mean, it's a real pitch. And he threw well for O'Fallon when I saw him, and he's been striking a lot of guys out tonight. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, we thought this obviously the first time we've done the event. There's some other states that do it, and it's kind of a fun little rivalry. A lot of these kids play together in the summer times,
Right.
and Drew sees a lot of the Missouri guys. I see a lot of the Southern Illinois guys at events that we do, and thought it would just be a fun way to kind of have a nice event in the fall with some energy. And we've got a great turnout of coaches here, so we were, that's exciting. And midweek game, so it's not conflicting with what these guys are doing tournament-wise in the fall. And a lot of these guys are going to Florida or Atlanta or stuff on
Right.
the weekends. Kansas City at Creekside. So,
Right.
but a good.
We've been talking on our show quite a bit about that bubble there that we've coming out of, hopefully from
We're trying. Yeah.
2021.
Yeah.
Right. So we've been talking about some of these kids that are still uncommitted and where they fit in and whatnot, and hopefully we'll see some of that move through, and we're not having as many issues with that as we move forward.
I don't know Kevin's take on it. I think first and foremost, it's unfortunate for everybody involved in these 22s and 23s, and the recruiting landscape has totally changed. And these, you see a lot more really talented 22s that are still on the board than would normally be on the board. So, I think it's opened the door for a lot of these guys realizing maybe junior college is a really good fit for them. Let the rosters kind of even out a little bit at the next level and give them a year or two to get out of this COVID bubble that you're talking about, and or a different opportunity. But I think the biggest thing is these players just understanding what's going on in the situation. And typically they may be a D1 guy, but right now those rosters are so packed they can't take as many as they used to or usually would. So that's what I've been seeing.
And I think it's great that, because we talked last week, because you did that one JUCO event, and you got all these JUCO coaches here. Some of these kids go that JUCO route, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not every player here's, we talked about the fit and what's right, and we got some guys that are going to go some high. But like I told you on the show last week, I've looked high and low on my, my bachelor's degree and my master's degree. There's no asterisk saying that I have an associate's degree from St. Louis Community College, and I do. And, it was great for me personally. I mean, it's right for everybody, but, you can go on and do great things. After 2 years of junior college.
Yeah, and it's all about what you're looking for, what that player is looking for. Some it's academics, some it's location, some it's, getting to play right away, and I think that's kind of the key. Is that Foster out there? Or is that Copeland? Is that his second nice catch tonight? Yeah, that's Copeland. He's the one who banged into the wall in right field and put his body on the line again.
Wow, he's the one that hit the...
He's the one that was down the right field line.
Oh,
he caught that ball going into the railing. So.
Oh, wow. Heck of a catch, young man. You got that one, didn't we?
But I think, Kevin's all over it. He couldn't have said it any better. It's all about the fit for these players, and just these players realizing, hey, it's a little different than normal, and let's reevaluate the situation and what's best for me right now with what's going on. And a lot of guys want to play right away, so finding where that is, and it's a lot more fun playing and winning at a smaller school than it is maybe sitting for a couple years and not necessarily winning. But a lot of good players here tonight that will have the opportunity to play at the next level, that's for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you were saying, Drew, I like the point that you and Kevin working together, because we are so close, especially the St. Louis area. You have kids crossing the state lines to play at different clubs.
Absolutely, yeah. Down in this Metro East area, you get a lot of Illinois guys that'll go over and play in Missouri and vice versa. And we do. We I don't know the right way to put it, but I get my eyes on a lot of his guys, and he gets his eyes on a lot of my guys, and us having that constant communication and having a good relationship and bouncing, our notes off of what we have on these guys when we see them. And then I think it allows us to have a stronger event when we do these combined events. We're getting the right guys, we know the right guys, and Kevin does a great job in this St. Louis area, so I'm very fortunate to have him down here. And I'm based up in Chicago, so I do try to get down here as much as I can, but I know there's guys that we miss, and to have Kevin and the connections he has, and we do the best we can not to miss guys.
Yeah.
So that's our goal is to know every player, and we try like heck to do it. And no, I think you're right, though. The communication's been great ever since he's came on board, and it's been good. So
We love it. This is the second event we've been able to do with Kevin like this. And so we're having a good time. We like to watch the baseball. We get to chat with Coach Perkins like this. And
Coach Funkhauser.
Coach Funkhauser's in the house now.
Edwardsville High School, correct? Yeah, you got it. I'm sorry, man. It wasn't like
Sorry. I think this is the
I think Kevin about fell through it.
We almost did that to Nick Saban when they came and visited a guy.
We're joined here in the booth, Coach Funkhauser from Edwardsville High School. Coach, how you doing?
Doing fine.
I have not met you personally. My name's Brian French. We do YBM Cast.
Great. Great. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you. We talk baseball, have some fun. Your son out there's looked really nice.
Well, thanks. He enjoys playing the game. It's a beautiful night to play too.
It's a bonus. You got a lot of kids out here.
We do. We're fortunate. We got a lot of guys, kind of like Tony always has a lot of guys that love playing baseball and do it well. And we get the pleasure of being around them at the yard each day, so that's fun.
You kind of, I always kid him. We get him on the show. We were doing a preview last year. I said, "Where are you going to be, Coach? You want to be top? You're top 10 team." No, top 10 team. Do you do the same thing? I mean, you got a lot of dudes here.
I can speak a little bit on that.
Just gonna throw a wrinkle in here.
I communicate with these high school. Yeah, I know. I communicate with the high school coaches as much as I can, and we take a lot of pride in our preseason rankings and in-season rankings and things like that. It's very hard and it's no perfect science. But the thing that Coach Funkhauser is always about is real and honest with his players, and his thoughts on his team. And I mean, the nice thing about Edwardsville is you can pretty much pencil them in to be a top 25 team every single year, just with the talent that comes through that hallway and the job he does coaching up his guys. And nice little piece right there in the gap. Yeah,
nice double in the gap. Scored, tied the game.
But you know what you're going to get when you go and watch his teams. They're going to be well coached. They're going to be fundamentally sound. He's going to be on them to do the little things, and it's a blessing to see that in high school baseball. He's one of the best out there that does it, and he's a premier program in this state. They won the 4A state title. Was it 2020? 2019. 2019. They won the 4A state title. And are you the first guy to do it, to win a state title playing and coaching? Is that correct?
I don't know if we ever got the bottom of that.
Okay.
That's what some people are saying. But
okay. But yeah,
I kind of went away that night after we lost. At the same time,
I could keep going on. Coach Funkhauser. So we should maybe change the subject. But
that was a double by Grant Dotson. 2 runs scored out of Jackson High School. That was a good swing on that pitch.
Oh, a very good swing.
That's it. We were talking about it earlier. We got the home run, and now that's double. We were looking for some bigger hits. Pitcher's been pretty dominant so far.
I'm going to have to go down there and have some words with our dugout. I mean, that's when they just tied the game up. They put up a 3-spot in this inning. We're working with a 4-4 game now.
That's a good pitch. Nice change. Coach, when you're talking to your players, you got this young man here, Riley Ifrig.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite the luxury, isn't it?
Yeah. Riley played for us last year as a sophomore and played first base, and I coached the summer team that he's with too. So we get the luxury of being around him a lot, and he's played with my son over the years too when they're younger, and he puts some great swings on the ball and loves baseball. So he'll find a great fit for college here, and I think it showed well down at the PBRs.
We had him at the Future Games.
Yeah, the Futures Games in Atlanta towards the end of the summer, and He's a great kid, great student too, outstanding student.
That's awesome. You gotta love that.
Yes.
Gotta love that. And I think as we talk about that, we discuss this a lot on the show. We talk about student athlete, because baseball, as Coach we were talking earlier, money is in academics. You're a good player. You're going to get some money. You're going to get scholarship money, but you have to have the academics.
Oh, I started kind of zoning in on that with my boys as they get older, and I always kind of knew that as a coach, but now to see it firsthand, the difference between the various GPAs or the ACTs and everything that's factoring in, and academics play a huge role. And what I always talk to our guys is don't do anything that limits you, whether it's academics or whether it's off the field stuff. You want as many opportunities as possible to cast a big net and then to see who's out there that might be a good fit.
Drew, they got out of it.
Yeah. So does that mean my time's done here, or
you can hang around.
To stick around? What do you need?
Hang around, do whatever you want. We got
got a different dynamic in here now.
Top of the sixth inning, 4-4. We got Luke Abishon come back on the mound. Hang on just a second here, though. I got to talk to some folks. Game7baseball.com, YBMcast, powered by Game 7 Baseball. Fall ball, spring's coming up. They got some stuff coming out already. Dave and Dave doing it right. We love. We go out in the summertime, hang out with the little kids. It's always a lot of fun. Do some video and stuff with the kids.
I spent a lot of time at Game 7 tournaments when my boys were younger. So,
there you go.
Yeah. There
you go. Dave and Dave, they do a great job.
Oh, yeah.
And as you can see them wearing the hat, they sponsor us.
Good.
We always have a lot of fun with those guys. So make sure, go to game7baseball.com, get yourself registered. Guys, 4-4 ball game. It's tight.
Yeah, and speaking of the man of the hour, we got Riley Ifrig stepping into the box here.
Oh, this ought to be interesting because Luke had a real. I mean, he was dotting some corners.
He looked good.
We
were talking about him down there.
I saw him take infield or throw across the diamond from short, and his arm works really well, and it looks like he's got a good breaking pitch too. So good presence on the mound.
It's a good swing right there by Riley.
He's a Zumwalt East guy.
Be battling Tony.
No, it's where my kids all graduated high school. We know that program well. We watched Luke pitch last year. Yep, so we're familiar with it.
Yeah.
I know. I was throwing it out there. I'm a homer. I'll admit it. I don't care.
Dotted that one.
Yeah.
He's been good, and they just lost their big pitcher from last year, senior Austin Young.
Okay.
So I think this is the kid that's going to probably be that lead guy. They got a couple of young guys coming up, so they'll have some decent arms.
Yeah, Austin, he's a guy I actually got my eyes on a little bit because he was a part of our PBR Midwest Pro case in the summer, and then he came to the Super 60.
Yes.
Upside, really loose arm. There's a lot more velocity for him to tap into and just stuff in general. So I'm not sure. I can't pinpoint in my head where he ended up going to school.
He's in a JUCO.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember which Wabash.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've had some players there.
Yeah.
So I think it was good for him because I think he needed a little more development that way before, because he had committed to SEMO and come back out of that and went to Wabash Junior College.
Okay.
And I think it was good for him.
Okay. So this is another physical first baseman here, Owen Cornett. He's a 2023 from DuQuoin. He took a really impressive round of BP. He was launching some balls out to right.
Yes, he was. Another
took
strike.
That's a really good pitch right there.
It is.
It's Abishon, right? Is that how you say it? Okay.
Yeah.
Abishon.
I mean, I love the way you put that, Coach. His arm works.
Yeah, yeah, really. It's nice and clean, and he's athletic, and I think he'll continue to grow into his body, and hopefully he leaves one over the plate here for number 2 to hit.
Yeah, I was about to say, Cole's taking some of the better at-bats of the day so far for Team Illinois.
Oh!
Ball got away.
Threw it over his head. That's all right, young man. Don't hang your head. Go make the next play. That's tough in these showcases, though, isn't it? Because they might get that one play and they want to make
Yeah.
it. It's tough.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Well, and I think, talking about this event, like what we wanted to do is, we do run showcases, and we've got our TrackMan and all of our data, and we collect the video, and we put them through the workout, and we collect the stats. But then to be able to watch them play the game, there's a number of guys who maybe don't show quite as well in a showcase, but you get them against live pitching, or you get them on the move in a game, and they look different on the infield. And vice versa too. It works the other way as well. Some guys are showcase guys, and the lights turn on, and they're just a little bit different. So to us, this was a huge factor of getting some gameplay and letting these guys face live hitters, and just like you said, get that one ball and see if you can execute and go from there. But you see a lot of different stuff when you're playing games that you don't see in showcase.
And I think that's Drew was talking about me a little bit, so I'll talk about him. With Prep Baseball Report, and does a great job, and they've continued to expand. I know Sean Duncan, I used to talk to him a lot up at our convention, and now he's continued to grow, and Drew running Illinois, and Kevin with Missouri. I mean, those are solid guys, and they earn great respect within the coaching community and at the college level, but also at the high school level. And they sponsor a tournament where we do at the beginning of the year in March. We'll have 45 teams. We're up to 45 teams that are going to be coming down here. We'll be playing at GCS, Edwardsville High School, O'Fallon High School, SIU Edwardsville is a host site, and they do a great job of putting together live events, but also have the digital information as well.
Yeah.
And then to be able to be a resource for those college guys, and also to feel like kids can get out there and do it in such a professional manner. So
I appreciate
we're
that.
very fortunate to have them in our part of the country, as well as such quality guys.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that tournament. What's really unique about it and what I love is, we host it down here. Coach Funkhauser, he does all the heavy lifting. I just come down and get to watch good baseball. But
Hang on, hold that thought.
Yeah.
We just finished the top of the 6th inning. Abishan, clean inning, had the one.
Yeah.
Very nice job. I really like that. Folks, back to Drew.
Okay. Well, what I was saying was just we get to come down here, so the weather's a little bit warmer than where I'm at early in the spring in Chicago, and a lot of the teams we get a nice mix, and I think that's something that we strive for in this event, Coach, is getting teams that typically wouldn't play each other in the regular season, getting a team from Chicago to come down and play Edwardsville, play O'Fallon, play whoever it may be, even maybe getting a stronger, smaller school, a really good 2A school matched up against a 4A school, and see what happens. And for us, we get to see so much in such a short period, so it's a huge thing for us from a scouting perspective. We get to knock out all of our teams. I mean, we're going to see 45 teams in the matter of 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah, 4 days.
Yeah,
with
4 days.
Most of the games really being on Friday, Saturday, but we'll have a few here on Wednesday, Thursday, and we have a few teams this year that are on their spring break from up north. So we'll be able to have some of those in the schedule earlier.
Yeah, no, so I mean, I can't say enough about the event, and we had to take a hiatus last year with everything going on, but back at it this year, and excited to get it going. So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Coach, when you're the summer, you seeing the kids, like I said, we've got, Logan, what is that, Gegas?
Yes.
Yeah.
You got Gannon Burns, Caleb Copeland, your son, Riley Efrig, Caden Jennings. You got Luke. I like this young man. He's rangy. I love the last name. It just works. Luke Range. I've liked what I've seen. You got to look at yourself coming up and going, you're going to compete pretty well. All these guys, we were able to have in Illinois, we were able to have contact days last year where we could work out with the guys in the fall and actually coach them. And currently we can have open fields, which we basically open the field up and let them go do things. But we were able to run it in more instructional format and then build up to games, kind of like
4-on-1s or individuals for college, and then fall ball. So this year we won't be able to have that, but last year we got it. I mean, I've known our guys for several years, but we were able to really dive into some different things, and all those guys bring different things to the table, and it'll be fun just watching them go through the process of the getting stronger and working on their skills and then putting it into fruition in our season. Very
good. We got Joseph Swanson on the mound out of Pekin High School, plays Central Illinois Outlaws. 6'2", 180, big kid.
Yes.
And a pitcher. What do you got on him, Drew?
Yeah, he burst onto the scene last summer. He came up to Chicago and just a typical showcase, through a bullpen, upper 80s, really live. Not super polished, but a lot of upside, which gets you excited. You see stretch only. He's around the zone enough when we've seen him, but it comes out hot. He spins a slider. He was at our Top Prospect St. Louis event earlier this summer, which was very similar to how we run this. We do a showcase and then gameplay, and he threw really well in that. So I'm excited to see him. I think he should be one of the better arms here tonight. So let's see kind of how he performs. But, just being in the zone. Yeah.
Low 3/4 guy that it looks like he'll just continue to improve his game too, but
uncomfortable at bat. Yeah.
Yes, it looks like.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's coming from my ear hole.
Yeah.
I love that kind of, and I love these kind of conversations. I talk to people all the time.
There's a slider.
Nice slider. That's nasty. That's just not right.
I want to take a do-over on that one.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
He's got his spin rates are around the average in MLB. His spin rate on his fastball is 23.16.
Okay, look at you doing your homework over there. I see you pulling up the PBR profile, which has all the TrackMan data in it for anybody out there that's curious.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got my subscription.
You know what you're doing.
That's right, baby.
Yeah.
We got to keep up.
A lot of really cool stuff.
We do. I look at this. We talk with Kevin all the time, and I'm looking at the averages from Major League. And Kevin said this earlier. He says, he said, I think it's better to be either below the average or above the average.
That's what they say, is you don't want to be in the middle. So if you're a low spin guy, then you're probably going to be sinking the baseball. You're a high spin guy, then you're going to get maybe a little more ride on your fastball. You can live up in the zone and miss some barrels. So, spin, and there's other factors that go into it, but spin alone can help with being able to pitch up in the zone and miss more bats compared to a guy that has average spin rates and things like that. But the spin also depends on the velocity. So a guy like Joseph that doesn't maybe throw with major league velocity, but he's got major league spin rates, is, to me, that's an above average spin rate then, because he's got higher spin for his velo than what those pro guys have. So to me, it's an indicator that he's still got more in the tank. I think spinning a baseball is a very high commodity right now. Everybody's looking for it, especially on the breaking balls, and it can be an indicator of more velocity to come. So,
and he spins it well, and the thing is, if he's missed, it's only by an inch or two.
Yeah.
So all his pitches are very competitive pitches.
Now, Coach, you're looking at you're on your high school team. You're looking at a kid like this and whatnot. How many arms are you what makes you competitive from a high school level?
Well, that's a great question. Last year we ended up condensing our season because in Illinois we only had about 7-week season. So we, instead of playing 10.5 weeks, we played 35 games.
There's that slider.
In 7 weeks. So we used 18 guys the first week of the season, which we've never done before.
But you do.
You were pulling people out of the stands, weren't you?
Yeah. We told the kids, we had a few guys they just got a handful of innings, but we went through a few weeks that were like that. But no, traditionally you have a few guys that eat up the bulk of your innings, but every year is a little different.
It's a good throw.
Really
Sorry.
clean play right there.
That was very good.
Yeah.
When I first started coaching, we might have 7 guys that impact your club on the bump, and maybe 3 or 4 of them eat kind of your prime innings. And then I think just the makeup of the team, or if you have some guys that are kind of two-way players, maybe they don't pitch as much to save their arms throughout the whole season to get them ready for the postseason. And here's an interesting play.
Yeah, they should send them back. That was a misunderstanding. Tino!
I think we're going to overrule this from the booth.
Yeah.
It's not
It's a
Major League
booth
Baseball.
review. Just tell them it's a booth review.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because
Hey, it happens.
Yeah, no, it has to do with the instructions that I told him before the game. So I feel bad. I'm up here. I wasn't able to get down there and help that out. But Coach, you started talking about the condensed season, and it's something that I think I've heard a couple other people talk about, and I think it's very a worthy conversation. Is they condensed the schedule into 7 weeks, and there were teams playing 5-6 games a week throughout the season, and these kids were not used to that.
Yeah.
I mean, so they went from going to that condensed season into a summer season into a fall season, and it's a lot on these guys, and it's taxing.
Yeah, I don't know how other places were because I can only speak of what I saw each day. I mean, we were able to have those contact days they gave us in March. So we were able to build up our guys, and really I think we had a few guys that may have been a little tired at the end, particularly one kid that Grant Hebner, who's St. Charles commit, 22, and he caught a lot for us. He primarily is outfielder, but outfield and pitched a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think just the condensed season, we tried to manage that some during the season, but I'm sure that affected some guys, and it'll kind of be refreshing to get back into the spring and have days where you can get more work in between.
Can actually practice
in
the season.
Yeah. And we didn't miss a beat with our pregame and getting plenty of BP and stuff like that, but to be able to make adjustments, I think will be fun again.
Guys, I'm going to ask one thing from you. You guys subscribe to my channel.
Okay. Is this a YouTube subscription? How's this work? Is that how it works?
We're
okay.
Just YouTube.
All right.
We're YouTube.
All right.
Sounds great.
We're Youth Baseball Midwest. Love to have you guys come on the show.
Absolutely.
We do 2 shows a week right now.
Yeah.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. We get Coach Perkins. I love to get you on with Coach Perkins. Talk baseball.
Oh yeah. We play Coach Perkins. We got our game the other day.
Yeah, that's what he
We're
told
all
me.
set.
Put you on the schedule. So
Yeah.
that'll be fun. We
Saw him at the St. Louis Amateur Baseball Hall of Fame. He got an award.
So
yeah.
I was told Kevin Moulder was sending up some of his arms, some left-handed arms in here to speak to you. So I appreciate the time. Thank you for having me. It was great meeting you, Brian.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to meet you.
Thanks
for your
guys.
time.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. All right, guys.
How we doing, gentlemen? You got to get in the seat and get in the microphone here.
Awesome.
Got a Holt guy and an MICDS guy.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
You got to talk up to the microphone. How we doing?
Good.
And you guys got to talk into the microphone and tell us your names.
My name is Jack Niedringhaus. I'm a left-handed pitcher in the class of 2022.
This is the young man that was on the hill the first 2 innings. I thought you pitched very well.
Thank you, sir.
Coach Perkins and I were talking about that. You had 2 really solid innings. Struck out 3 of the last 4 guys.
Yep.
It looked like you were a little struggle getting some command early.
Yeah. I felt like I didn't have my best command of my fastball early, but I feel like as it went on and as I got settled in the second inning, I started to get that, and then started working off my changeup and off speed a little bit more. So I think that helped complement my fastball a little bit and help get those hitters off balance. So.
Absolutely. And you are?
I'm Nolan Folks, 2023, go to Holt, left-handed pitcher.
Yes, you looked really good on the mound as well, young man. Nice job out there. Now, you guys are in a tight ball game here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me, How many of these types of events have you been here to before?
So this is my third PBR showcase. So I went to the Area Code ID Series in February of 2021, and then over the summer I was at the MoCan Games in Kansas City. And so the first time I went and hit, but I think like with trying to do the outfield and all that, just my main thing is being a pitcher. So I think just coming as a PO kind of just helps me focus on that and really just try and do as best I can there. So
I enjoyed watching you pitch, Coach. He did a great job, didn't he? This was the kid first 2 innings. Yeah. See? There you go. Told you.
Thank you.
So Holt, I know Holt very well.
Yeah.
We're Zumwalt products over here, man. Oh, absolutely. I've been out there and watched. I've umpired at Holt High School on a few occasions. I've done umpire for Misha, so been out there, done some JV varsity games. Yeah. How many events have you been out here, Luke?
I played at 3. Went to one up in Maryland for my summer team, and then did an indoor one in February.
Yeah.
That's about it.
About it?
Yeah.
How do you like these events, guys?
Definitely better as a PO. Not coming in having to do everything else.
Yeah.
Keeps your mind focused. I'm just throwing.
What are you looking to get out of this?
Numbers better.
Numbers better?
Up a little higher than they are.
Now, is this going to help you when you go into your workouts?
Yeah, definitely set a goal off of this.
Very good. And what when you come back to the high school season, will you do another one of these just before where you're at?
Yeah, see how my off season worked for me.
Very good, very good. What are your goals? Do you know yet?
I want to be like 86, 87 by the end of off season.
And you're a 2023 as well?
Yes, sir.
So junior and junior.
And I'm a senior this year, yeah.
So, and what are you looking to get out of this, bud?
So, I hurt my thumb in the middle of July this summer. So I wasn't able to throw for a bit, and so now I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things, and I'm going down to Bradenton, Florida for a showcase in 2 weeks. And so I think this will help me feel more prepared for that as well. So I'm just trying to get comfortable here, getting back in the swing of things, and then also, like just trying to see where I'm at after coming off that injury. And then like when it comes to the off season, don't exactly have a sort of velocity goal. I'm just going to work hard and see where that takes me, but really try and perfect second and third pitches, location with my fastball, stuff like that. Because after this high school season, I've figured that's what's really helping me be successful is working on that. So that's going to be my main thing, is really trying to get that change up and slider curveball type pitch to work well come the springtime. So yeah.
Very good. So where do you want to go to school?
I'm not really sure yet. I mean, it all depends on what schools take a look at me, stuff like that. But I'm really honestly not sure yet. So
okay.
Yeah.
Yourself?
Yeah, same. Just not sure.
You guys want to play college ball?
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to it?
Yes.
Are you just looking at the situation as you're going through it? I know you're being a senior. It's kind of that. Is it a matter of the academic fit as well?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Academics are really important to me. So baseball, location, academics, all that stuff together. Really just trying to find that place that feels like home to me. So yeah.
So you like to stay close to home?
I've always felt kind of adventurous, so yeah. I'm definitely open to pretty much anywhere. So
where you want to go?
Yeah.
Nolan, how about yourself?
Really, just wherever it takes me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a big city.
Don't want to be in a big city?
Definitely not.
There's a lot of small campus stuff around, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of going, seeing what's out there, seeing what feels, right?
Most definitely.
Absolutely. All right, well, guys, I'm going to get Coach in here.
Awesome.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. It's been awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Jack, you got to tell me, buddy,
Niedringhouse.
Niedringhouse.
Yes, sir.
Nolan Folks. That one's easy. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's all good. It's all good.
Guys, great job tonight. Great job.
Thank you
Keep
very
working
much.
hard. Lots of success to you. Except if you're playing Zumwalt East.
See? Thank you very much. See you later.
That chair is not good. Can we get a different chair? We get in here? Yeah, jump in there on the mic, Coach. That chair is bad news. You're gonna fall. Yeah, I don't blame you, Coach. You're gonna fall.
So do you need to know how to pronounce my name properly?
Absolutely, Coach.
It's Ushhold.
Ushhold. Ushhold.
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Ushhold from Missouri Baptist University with us. Coming
sir.
out to see some kids, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a double thing here. You know, coming out to see some kids, and my son's participating in this too. So.
Okay.
Yeah, he's playing on the Missouri team.
There it is, right there. Edward
Yes, he
Ushhold.
is.
Parkway South product.
Yes, he is. Right now. Right now.
Right now.
No, there's nothing there. We're gonna let that one die.
We ain't saying
We
nothing.
got
We're not
college,
doing
high
anything.
school, all this stuff involved. We're not going anywhere with any of that. So, but no, he's excited. It's been good. And Kevin and I have known each other for a long time, and wanted Edward out here, and they said, hey, you've got some guys, and yeah, I mean, it's been good for me. It's good to be out here to see some of these guys, and it's good for him to get some work in and being part of this. And he's leaving tomorrow to go down to Fort Myers for a perfect game showcase. The national tournament invitational deal tomorrow.
Right. Yep.
So this could be good for him tonight. They were just in Kansas City this past weekend. So, yeah, not only my college coach, but my son's kind of playing all over the place. So it kind of wears you out sometimes.
I would imagine that's a lot of travel, Coach.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Now, who's he playing for in this tournament?
He's with the Rawlings Tigers.
Rawlings Tigers.
He's with the
Okay.
Tigers. Yeah,
Okay.
he's been on their program for the last 2 years. Played on their Velo team, and I guess this team that they're setting down, I don't know a lot. But they got there's kids from Missouri, some kids from, I know, Indiana, Illinois, and I think, I want to say Louisville's in there somewhere, so I'm not sure there's somebody from Kentucky or not. But But I know the gentleman coaching the team is from the Louisville Tigers, the Louisville organization that deals with the Rawlings Tigers. So
Okay. They do that. I mean, it's crazy. We were over in Cincinnati with Midland.
Yes.
A couple weekends ago, and it's the same thing. These kids, you had Florida, you had Tech, they're all in this one team. Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, I think back to 30 years ago when I was playing, and you didn't have, they weren't even close to this, and it's almost sometimes it's almost too much. Like there's so much to do, and if your kid has some talent, people are wanting to get them all over the place and get them to do this and get them to do that. And I think there's time when it's really good, and this was a good timing for us. To me, it's all timing, and you don't just go to a showcase to go to a showcase. And PBR does a really good job with the stuff. So you want to be able to pick and choose the right ones to go to. And and it just worked out because I really believe there's got to be a time too where they got to take a little bit of a breath, because some of these kids are just. He would play all year round if I let him. I mean, he'll go through the end of October and probably take November off, and he'll get back on it in December.
Sure.
And so it's just it's a really good stuff. And I mean, the information that these kids get and the information that we get, I can come see this, but then I can sit down on my computer and I could back up all the things that I wrote down. I got all this information. It makes my job a little bit easier.
Sure.
Finding kids, getting numbers, getting information. The old school way is, after this, I'd have to sit down there and hand out some info cards to kids I was interested in and do all that stuff. The last 7-8 years, you don't have to do that anymore. So PBR does a great job with it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So. And Coach, Missouri Baptist is an NAIA school, and as I told you earlier, my son played NAIA baseball.
Played against us.
Yes, and I've watched your program, Fried Hardman. Culver Stockton, or not Culver, but Central Methodist.
Central Methodist. I mean, Nate's done an incredible job.
Columbia.
And Darren's a long friend. Darren and I have been friends for 20 years, and he's done a great job at Columbia.
There's some really good baseball.
Yeah, and if you know anything about the NAI is just a different niche. I mean, it's got its place, and there's some kids that are playing in the NAIA that are just as talented. I can tell you right now, we got 4 or 5 Division I kids on our team right now, and but they fall a little short. They made a mistake here.
Yeah.
They maybe have made a poor choice. Their grades are just not the best student in the world.
Right.
And because a kid's not the best student in the world doesn't mean he's a bad kid.
Right.
Maybe he just doesn't like school a whole lot. I mean, we were talking about this before the workout. We were talking about the coaches, and I said, I can tell you 15 guys in my last 10 years that have come here and their grades were like that, and we got them through. They had a nice college career. They got their degree, and all those guys are making more money than I make now. And so, that's what this is about, and so giving these kids a chance. They're not bad kids.
Right.
And I sometimes I get frustrated. It sounds bad. I'm like, I got a bunch of good kids. Well, my kids are good kids too. They just, this kid struggles a little bit with math, or this kid, he made a poor decision 4 years ago when he was 17, and some things have come on, from that. And I think you might have played against. I don't know if your son played against Orlando Oliveira, we've had a great program, and he's the best hitter we've ever had.
Yep.
I mean, that guy right now. I mean, he was going to Miami out of high school, and some things happened, and he ended up at our place 2.5 years later. 2-time first-team All-Americans, got his degrees, got his master's degree, coached with us. He's married. He's starting a family. And we just forget about that because we just hear about the kids that are the 3.8s and the kids that run to 6.5 and the kids that hit the ball 450 feet. There's a lot of other kids out there.
Yeah.
And, and Woody Hunt, and if you're familiar or not, he was the head coach at Cumberland University for 35 years. And Woody's one of my favorite people in baseball, and he's a mentor to me, and he's won 3 national championships. And he just retired. He's the most decorated coach besides Ed Sheff. We won't get all that stuff, Lewis and Clark and everything. But he's one of the best coaches and the best guys that have ever been around. And he talked about how people were listening to him as his whole retirement thing. He goes, people just don't understand what the NAI is about. People on the outside don't get it, and they don't get what that's about. And it's different. And the people that get into the NAI, they're like, wow, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. And a great story is this is almost 15 years ago. We had a really, and I bet Tony remembers a kid named Garrett Bauer who was at Lafayette High School, and left-handed kid, went to Mizzou, and he got a D in a class at Mizzou. And I hope Garrett's not watching. He'll get mad at me. Or listen, he'll get mad at me. But Garrett and Garrett came, and he's 92 in 2002, 2003, and 92, 2002, 2003 is Cheddar.
Yeah.
Left-handed kid, and he was really, really good. And he was very good for us. And after the first 3 weekends of our season, we had played Cumberland and we beat them. And we're eating dinner somewhere, and his dad comes up to me. Great guy. His dad's awesome. And his dad says, Coach, I owe you an apology. And I was like, well, what are we talking about? He goes, I didn't realize how good you guys are. He goes, you guys are really good. I mean, we had 4 guys off that team played professional baseball. And so it just showed you, and this is a kid who probably, scouts were telling me the next year, if he was still at Mizzou, he would have been a weekend starter. He'd have been starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday at Mizzou. And so people just don't understand that. And it's a place for certain guys, and you try to get freshmen coming through for 4 years. It's just a good place to play baseball. It really, really is. And you could speak to that a little bit because you experienced it, and it is a good level.
And it's funny you said that because when he started, it's like, okay, I don't know what to expect or whatnot. And then we started playing the season, and you see this, and Missouri Baptist, and through that time you had all of those teams. There's 4 or 5 teams ranked nationally, and he's pitching, and the lineups are murder.
Yeah. Well, Freed Hardman in 2000, we went to the series in 17. In 18, they played in the national championship game.
Yes.
In 19, they were back there. Last year, Central Methodist went to the World Series for the first time, and Nate's done a phenomenal job at Central Methodist, and they played in the national championship game. We've been there twice. We've finished 5th and 6th. Tony Repke down at Lions done a phenomenal job.
Yes, Lions,
at Lions.
yeah.
Tony's just a great guy. And Darren, when I first got here, Darren was an assistant at Central Methodist. Then he went to Harris Stowe, and Harris Stowe was really good when he was there. And then, and the guy there is going to do a nice job now too. And then he went over to William Woods, and they were really good at William Woods. And then he started the program at Columbia, and they had a 16th round draft pick last year. And that kid, I'm telling you, Kenny Piper is going to be, in 22 years in that conference I'm in, by far the best catcher I've ever seen.
I got to do it. I don't do it much. I'm going to brag on my son a little bit because that year, and it's true. Hannibal Grange, they're on the bottom part of it. But
What year was it?
it was. I think it was your last year. Was 2018?
19.
Went down to Frieda Hardman. They were 6th in the nation at the time. Lost 6-4.
Yep.
Beat Lyon, who was I think 16th at the time, 13th, 8-5, and then you guys lost. You guys 6-5. But they left the game with the lead. That was what, and it just kind of fell apart
Right.
a little bit there.
No, it happens.
was tough, but that's what I'm saying. If you're there is great competition in NAI, and it really opened my eyes. I'm seeing kids. I mean, you leave a pitch in the wrong place, and you're in trouble.
Well, and beyond that, I think the majority, and your son could talk to this, because the last two guys, Clay Biggs is an awesome dude. He was there before your son got there. I don't think you ever played for Clay. Yeah, Clay's awesome. Clay was a really good friend. And, I'm drawing a blank. Why am I drawing a blank?
Coach Strahler.
Yeah, and Strahler played. He kind of recruited him coming out of high school. And the last time they swept us one day, and Ben basically beat us. We hung 2 breaking balls to him. He had a double down at third base line, then he hit a home run over the left field fence. And so, but what I'm getting at is those are 2 top quality men.
Yeah.
And if you want your son to play for somebody, these are the kind of guys you want your son to play for. And there's a lot of that in the NAIA.
Yeah.
Like, I would send my son to play for Darren Mons. I would send my son to play for Tony Repke. I'd send my son to play for Nate over at Central Methodist. I mean, it's a different thing. I've coached Division I. I've coached, NAIA. I've coached Division III. I played Division III. I coached top and down in Texas JUCO. And there's just something about the NAIA and the relationship that you're able to have with the players, because it's just different. If I go 500, which that's not going to happen. That sounds bad. But I'm not worried about my job.
Right.
Because the school, we want to have a good baseball program, but there's more to what we're trying to do with these young men than just win baseball games.
Gotcha. Coach Ushold here talking some baseball. Coach, what do you think about some of these players here? Do you getting an opportunity? I know your son's out here playing. You're out here for that.
Right.
But you're also looking at some kids,
you can
right?
Look at all my notes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Always looking for kids, man. Always looking for guys, and there's a solid group of players here. And I think, the guys that start off the game were solid, but I think we're going to see more of the velo guys toward the end of the day today. I think that's what Kevin told me he had planned, and I'm trying to see who's throwing right now. It's lefty.
Yeah, this young man here, he's dotting the corner pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it. Yeah, he's an Edwardsville.
Who's
kid.
that, Coach?
He's Edwardsville.
Logan Gagas.
Okay.
Edwardsville.
Oh, yeah. We were just talking about. I mean, and shoot, just Funkhauser. We were just talking. He's loaded. My goodness.
Yeah, and he does a good job. I mean, he probably doesn't remember me very much, but it was 2 summers ago. My son was playing in a different organization, and he had the Edwardsville Tigers, and we played in a championship game over in Franklin, Tennessee, against him, and we won. And but he does a really good job with his kids. So,
I like this. He's got good size. That was a decent curveball.
I don't know. Yeah, it's working again, Tony.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was it on?
Yeah, it was on that
Okay.
pitch. That was a 69-mile-an-hour breaking pitch.
Perfect.
I'm guessing he's probably about 80 to 84 somewhere.
Yeah. We're going to
Depending
see.
Hopefully we'll get a reading on this pitch right here.
Fastball.
81. Yeah. So
81.
yeah, a lot of levers
That's
there.
pretty
long
good, though.
kid.
12 miles an hour. That's gonna play real nice.
Well, and you look at the kid and what you're doing at the college level, and at different levels you have different approaches to how you recruit people. But you're looking at a kid like him. He's got some levers. He's long. There's some things this kid is a kid who's probably gonna one day be throwing probably somewhere between 84 and 86, 87. As he grows into his body a little bit, gets a little bit more familiar with what he's doing. And just. The 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old, your body's changing. You got to get used to things, but there's a lot there to work with. For this guy. I think the runner on first base almost forgot there was less than 2 outs. I don't even know what's going on here. How many outs are there?
I'm not quite sure. I know that's one because that was a good pitch. We've been talking, flapping gums. Sorry, folks, if you're watching the game here. We're just talking. It's 2 outs?
And this is
Okay.
third baseman. Him and they've been flipping third baseman. This kid can run a little bit if it's a kid I think it is.
Number 21.
This is the kid from Parkway Central.
This is Vianney kid, 21.
21, yep. This kid from
David Broughton.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty quick.
He's looked real good.
He's looked really good, strong looking kid.
He's 23.
I like his hands.
Yeah.
I like to see, and I always watch a hitter's head. I love to see how quiet their head is when
You got
they
to see it
start.
to hit it.
Right?
Listen to the legend over here, man. Listen to the legend over my left shoulder.
Exactly.
Dr. Perkins.
That's why we got him here, because I got to have all you guys around talk baseball so I can.
There's so many connections here because he's been at Howell forever, and my associate head coach, who's the best in the world, he's been with me forever. He was a senior on my first team, Kenny Grazer.
He's a great guy.
From that area. His wife has been teaching at Francis Howell for at least 15 years.
Yep.
Amanda, and she's a phenomenal teacher there. And his dad was one of my mentors, and I know Tony knew him really well.
Yep,
was out at Old Wentzville High School before it became Holt, and coached football, did AD, and then he was over at Dominic's for 10 years. And I was a very dear friend to me. And he passed away about 2.5 years ago. But there's so many connections. That thing is cool. It's nice to walk out last year and watch the district semifinal game, and there's Tony. He says, "Hey, Tony, what's up, man? Go get him." It's just cool, those things. As you get a little older, I'm not old yet, but I've been here for 22 years, and those things are really, you want to win games, and you're developing kids, but it's the relationships. And when you haven't seen somebody in 6 months, and you see them, you're like, "Hey, what's going on?" And you sit there and
chat it up
for about a half hour and get a good feel for what's going on. So those are the things that are, like, even tonight, seeing Coach Evers, it's funny because I always joke about him. I tried to get him out of CBC, and he went down to Forest Park. I tried to get him out of Forest Park, and he went to Quincy.
Oh.
And then he was leaving Quincy, and I tried to get him to go back, and he went to Central Missouri. So we always joke, and he was talking to my son tonight, and I go, "Edward, that guy I told you about that I recruited 3 times and I never got? That's him right here." And he's done a good job over at Maryville. He's a really good coach, and just a good guy. So
Getting a little velo here, 87, 88.
who do we got?
It'll be
on the
fun.
mound?
Guys, YBM Cast is produced by Red Earth Productions. We appreciate everybody joining us tonight. And we're going to, if you got any sports videos you're looking to put in, whatever you need that way, please give us a call. 636-400-3199. We'd be happy to help you out. We do sports video all the time. We work around the area with Game 7 baseball and local clubs. If you need some video work, please let us know. Red Earth Productions produces YBM Cast. And we got a nice play here. And,
Almost a nice play.
man,
That kid, I don't know about that kid, man. That's my son.
it's tough because he made the play early, and he did the same thing coming in. He threw it high.
Well, I think that last one, in his defense, that last one was like right here.
Yeah.
And the kid I'm going to defend my son. That's
all right, Coach.
But that one got away
That's
from
okay.
him right there.
Got away from him.
Yeah. I mean, he's my.
And I always
he's
say
my,
these.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He's my son, but he's got a plus arm, and
You can
sometimes
tell that.
you let it go, and I don't think some of these guys were expecting it because he came up on the grass the last time and kind of let it loose, and it just looked like it got up on top of that kid.
Yeah.
That one got away from him.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting, I don't think, that velocity.
No, I don't think he was.
No.
That's okay though. But
Go ahead.
yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say right there. I was just kind of like, made a nice play on it and you let it get away from him. So you kind of hope the next ball's hit to him and you turn 2 right here.
That's
what
it.
you hope for. So
That's it. I always look at this point, and it's funny when you're talking to little kids, the little guys, you go out there, you're 9, 10, 11, 12. You're in the gym or you're at the baseball park and whatnot, and you're hitting the ground balls and you play the game knockout. Most of the kids, man, you're going and they're feeling like crazy. They get in the game, they're booting everything and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I always told the kids, I said, the hardest thing for any 10-year-old to do is focus. It's hard for a 15-year-old to focus.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've seen it at your level. you can lose focus pretty quick.
You can lose focus pretty quick, and baseball is a funny thing, but what I always talk about, the one thing in baseball, what's he at, 82? The one thing in baseball that you can control, and nobody can do anything about it, is where the ball goes, where you throw the ball. Because, you can, I can be a pitcher and I can make the best pitch 0-2, bases loaded, 2 outs. I can make the pitch I want to make. He hits it off the end of the bat. It goes about 5 feet past first base, but hits 2 feet fair, rolls in the corner, we lose the game.
Yeah.
Okay, next guy, you make a horrible pitch, he smokes the ball, and your third baseman catches it.
Yep.
But when you throw the ball, nobody can run in front of the ball. The guys always get laughing. You can't run in front of the ball and knock it down. All right? It's the one thing in this game that you got absolute control. And I learned that. I mean, Rick Rembilak was one of the best infield coaches I've ever been around. He was at Kent State when I was a GA with him and Danny Hall. And he would talk about how you have control.
Yep.
You have control with where the ball's going, and it starts with your feet. And I've been, since he was 3 years old, and even we do this at the college level, you throw with your feet. Your feet are going to dictate where the baseball goes.
Yep.
And what happens, especially when guys make a nice play, they don't take the time. You see it in the big leagues. They don't take the time to get their feet where they need to be and finish the throw and do the things they need to do. And so that's it, this whole game. And it starts with your feet. When you're on the mound, your lower half needs to be where it's at. When you're hitting, your lower half needs to be where it's at. When you're throwing the ball and you're feeling the ball, your lower half needs to be where it's at. It all starts with your feet and your legs. And people get away from that because we're so caught up with spin rate and exit velo. And here's the thing that's frustrating to me, and I've heard kids talk about this that he's played with. They change their swing so they can increase their exit velo, but it's not a good swing anymore. But the ball's coming off the tee really hard.
Yeah.
And they're going to get on that swing that they're getting that exit velo with is not going to translate when they get into the game. And that's a frustrating part of all this stuff. And I've got the Rapsodo. We've got all the stuff at Missouri Baptist.
Sure.
But I just. And
but you're dealing with more grown men than high school kids too, Coach, right?
Yes,
That's
am.
down.
No question about it. That's a good piece
Ground
of
rule double right there.
It's a good piece of it. That's the big kid from Edwardsville.
That's Ifrig.
That's Ifrig.
Yep.
He's an Edwardsville kid too, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah,
That kid
nice.
takes a hack.
Gators kid.
See, velocity right there. Yeah. But if you're timing it up and you get that, boom, there you go.
I mean, he takes during BP, he was coming out of the box.
Oh, he hit some bombs.
He was swinging.
And to your point, when I talked, and I think this is the hardest thing with little kids. Look, just play knockout. Believe when that pitcher throws a ball, you got to think. And teaching kids just to think that he's going to hit the ball to you. Whether he does or doesn't, you got to think that. And getting that mindset, I think, is a difficult thing.
Yeah.
And even at this age level, having that thought process that you believe when that pitch is thrown that he's going to hit you the ball, because that sets everything in motion. It sets your feet in motion.
No question.
Right?
No question. I still say it at this level. Expect the baseball.
Yes.
We say it all the time. Just little things that you say to kind of try to keep these guys focused on what they're doing. I mean, we used to do something when they were really little, and I remember a couple of other coaches came up to me. Before every pitch, when we were doing the machine pitch, the guys would be on their knees. I told them to have their hands on their knees, and I'd say, okay, gloves down. And the whole infield would go like this. And it was just trying to get them to kind of, when they were 5, 6 years old, try to get some kind of rhythm to understand you've got to be prepared every time that ball is going to the zone. And then one time, and I guarantee you, Tony can attest to this probably 500 times. And one time you don't think the ball's coming to you, guess what happens?
It comes to you.
It comes to you, and you don't make the play, and you're going, man, that one time. So
put that sub in, it's going to find you every time.
It's going to find it. The ball don't lie, man. It don't lie. So it's with all the information, which is all really good
It's
information,
nice. Right?
And you're going to laugh. I kind of hate the term analytics. Not because I don't like them. We've had analytics since before I was coaching. I mean, batting average is an analytic.
Yep.
Okay? RBIs is an analytic. I mean, it's an analytic. It's just like
OPS, OBP.
I mean, but all those things all those things we used before analytics became you're analyzing the game. That's what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Batting average is an analytic. It's just they've taken it to a whole different level.
Right.
And the thing is, when you get into college and high school and college, the information's good, but my opinion on it is it doesn't extrapolate itself enough in a high school or a college season, because a high school is going to play 30, 35 games. All right, we're going to play 50 to 55 games, and if we have a really good year, we might play 60 to 65, and still it's still a small sample size to change things. And now over the course of 162 games, it plays itself out.
88 right there, Coach.
Over the course of those games, it's going to play itself out, and that's why it works so well during the regular season in the major leagues. But when you get to the postseason, it's not as applicable because it's a 7-game series, and we saw that happen a couple years ago when Washington beat Houston, and Houston was a heavy analytic team, and it's not bad stuff, and Washington is but isn't, and they just played good baseball. They threw strikes, they made plays, and they had timely hitting. If you remember that series, and so it's just if you go back to the era, and this goes back to what you're saying, you go back to the era before all the analytics really and whatnot. I remember in '88, I follow the Dodgers. I've always been. Nobody was picking the Dodgers to beat the Oakland Athletics, but Oral Hershiser went out and threw like 50-some innings of scoreless baseball, and it was enough, and Kirk Gibson hobbles out there. Well, he carried him during the regular season.
Yes, he did.
And he got hurt, and he had one swing in the postseason.
And it mattered, and it made all that right there. That one swing had nothing to do with analytics. It was all emotion, and it carried the Dodgers through the championship.
No question. And if you watch that show that just came out on ESPN, A Summer in Queens, I think. Have you guys watched that?
Yes.
And Keith Hernandez is interesting to listen to. And he talked about there was a substitution made in the World Series where they ran Dykstra up there when they were down, lefty on left. And he even made a comment. He's like, well, that wouldn't have happened today, but we let off Lenny, and Lenny used a few expletives to explain what he did. But Lenny goes, oh, you want to win now? That's the G version. And then Lenny hit a double or a triple, and they scored 3 runs, tied the games, and I think they won an extra inning. So it's just, I just wish, coaches don't really manage with feel anymore.
Your kid's up.
He is.
It is your son. There we go. That's all right.
See what he does.
I'm getting nervous now. Little change up to start him there.
Yeah.
Took him some off speed. That's interesting.
I think that was just a 2-seam ran away from him.
Do you?
Yeah. That was another 2-seam that ran away from him.
77.
He's had 2 really good at bats. He lined out to right field when the kid ran into the fence. That was a really nice bat. And he walked his last time up. He's made some nice plays.
I thought that ball was down and when he caught that and hit the wall.
So he's kind of, and I appreciate this about him, and he's kind of done it on his own. He adjusts when he gets 2 strikes on him. He spreads himself out a little bit more, and he spreads his hands a little bit. And
he put the ball in play, right?
Yeah, they're going to throw a 2-seam away from him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure did.
They're just going to stay out there the whole time until he shows that he can.
He's 78 right now. That was his best speed down there that I saw.
Ooh, that was pretty
good
pitch.
off speed.
Not sure what that was.
67 curveball.
It was a slider or a curveball.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good pitch.
That was a good pitch. Yeah. Well, and 2, there goes to it. He's 78 the last pitch. I mean, of course, we've seen kids higher. But then he throws a 60,
62 mile an hour. But the thing is, he's got command of his fastball.
Yeah.
And he can put it on the edge. He can put it off the edge. And he just stayed middle away that whole at bat.
Yep.
And then he got him out there and he snapped one off. And it's just, those are times when you just kind of go, here you go. I mean, he had a good approach at the plate. He just didn't get it done. And the kid made a better pitch than he had. And you get yourself, and again, it goes back. He was up 0-2. Again.
Right.
Again, a thing that just drives me nuts is guys, you're 1-0, 2-0 constantly, and it's just, and that's advantage hitter. There's a big difference between 1-2 and 2-1, and he jumped out on my son was 0-2, and now he can kind of do whatever he wants to do with him.
Exactly.
And he's at the mercy of what he wants to do for the next few pitches, and he did a good job with it. He threw a fastball, he fouled it off, threw one up and away, and he snapped one off. And so that's just good pitching. And a lot of times when guys make good pitches, you're just like, okay.
That's it.
I had my bat, and I'm going back to the dugout. I'm going to try to get you next time. It's part of the deal. So
I like to see matchups where.
Oh, good swing.
That's a good swing.
Austin Allman.
I thought he caught it.
I thought he did too.
So that was a good
But
swing.
complete the play, and you know for sure, right?
That's the first ball he's thrown inside.
Yeah.
This whole inning. So
Good swing on it. Nice play by the third baseman.
I'm trying to see, is this the same kid as last inning? Yeah.
That's what we were talking about earlier. You know, the kid throws inside. He puts a good swing on it. Bam, right to the third baseman.
Yeah, but you're ready to go because he's been throwing strikes.
Yep.
You know, your guys are ready to go. He's been throwing strikes.
Okay, there you go. Do your pitchers put guys to sleep like that? Not
Yes.
throwing strikes?
Yes. They're not out there that long then.
Yeah. I mean,
This is next.
we go when we have inter-squad scrimmages. You walk two guys an inning, and we're flipping. You go sit down. We got somebody else in, and we're gonna find somebody who can throw some strikes.
Yeah.
Because it's just you're not getting anything accomplished. I mean, and it's all over Major League Baseball now.
And we all got them.
Yeah, we all got them. But you know, it's a product even more so of what's going on with Major League Baseball. But I mean, the baseball history 100 years ago to now, if you throw strikes, you got a 70% chance of getting a guy out.
Right.
That hasn't changed. And actually, in the major leagues now, it's like you got a 75% chance of getting a guy out.
Oh, no. Okay.
Corn.
Yeah.
Oh, and he dropped it.
He was struggling out there.
He did drop it.
Yes, he
dropped
did.
it.
He had
See, and I
lost
think-
in the lights.
Yeah. That
Or
might be a
down
little
above the
different.
lights. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
You know, that could be because I don't know how many of these kids are used to playing in a stadium like this, like that.
Yeah,
Right?
at this time. And
Yeah.
that ball was hit pretty high. I mean, it wasn't.
Because I saw where it got up. It was definitely above the lights.
Oh, look at this trade.
Yeah, they're running that kid.
Early Wine's running.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that, Coach.
He'll be at third in a second.
Give him 2 pitches and he'll be over at third.
He just needs to get the little timing here. That's something. There's another lost art from Major League Baseball, and
No
no
question.
offense to Major League Baseball, I think there's guys that can steal a lot more bases.
I don't.
But,
I mean, you are. I don't have a problem with offending it. I mean, it's seriously. We just, it's a lost art. It's bunting, same type of thing. It's just doing some little things. That means you're going to steal all the time, but when you have an opportunity and it presents itself, you want to do it. And then what happens? You don't work on that part of the game, and you get into these postseason games. You're going to see it.
Yeah.
A time when a guy can steal a base and it can help him, and they haven't really worked on it. When you need a guy to get a bunt down and he can't get it down. Guys that work on their defense as pitchers. You remember the 2006 World Series with the Tigers throwing the ball all over the place?
Right.
And how many times? I guarantee you in a week from now, we're going to watch some games that are going to be won and lost because either they couldn't get a bunt down or they couldn't make a play on a bunt. It's going to happen.
Yeah, we were talking. I was talking with Coach earlier, and he was talking about the same thing: guys getting on base and then just strikeouts.
Yeah.
And it just was the other night. I was watching. I think it was the Dodgers and Rockies or something like that. Dodgers had 2 on, no outs. I mean, you have Trey Turner and Corey Seager on. Okay, 3 strikeouts in a row.
Really?
And so, how about a bunt to move somebody over? Try and do something different. But we are in this, and I think it does trickle down to this, to where in these types of situations, I know we get the BP, but can a kid put down a bunt?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see if the kid can do that. I know I've watched Coach Perkins games many times, and he's got kids
in my
bunting.
games, yes.
Yeah, you're going to see bunt in that game.
But there are very few kids that can lay down a bunt.
And here's the thing: it's pretty simple. It really is. It's pretty simple. And he's got a guy. Darren Sissels is good at teaching anybody bunting.
You got that right.
Yeah, he's good at teaching anybody how to bunt as there is out there.
Right.
And Darren actually worked with us for a little while, about 10, 12 years ago. And I mean, it's simple, you just getting your hands out and just adjust. I mean, everybody makes it so much more difficult than it is, and it's not that difficult. It's funny because every year, the first day of BP, I get out there and I show them. I go, hey, you got a chubby 52-year-old guy can outbunt you guys, man. So, and I got the machine going. So machine's going at 75. I'm like, right here, right there, right here. That's how you do it.
What about the big leagues? You start a guy at second base, nobody bunts.
Nobody bunts.
Right.
They can't. They don't ever do it, so they just look so retarded.
How do you and here, like a Trey Turner, who is speed personified.
That guy's fun to watch.
You could probably if you get a good bunt down, he's scoring from second base.
He's good.
Right?
You never know. It's just, the little things in the game that people have been doing it for a long time, and yet it's okay for the game to change.
I agree.
But man, that's a fundamental part of the game. See, I'm not a huge guy. I will say this, I'm not a huge guy bunting from first to second, but I'm a big guy bunting from second to third. I think there's a big difference.
Okay.
I don't mind giving up that run or that out to get that guy over there with one out. But getting this guy over there with one out, I don't know about that, and it depends about where it's in my lineup and what's going on. But to get him over here with one out, that's a much bigger
That's a sac fly.
Yeah, it's anything.
Right.
It's a ground ball.
Yeah.
It's a wild pitch.
Just
it's
touch
an
it.
air.
Right.
I think there's 7 different ways you can score from third base with less than 2 outs than you can with when there's 2 outs. And your wild pitch, air, a sac fly, ground ball. There's so many different ways to score from that, and that's where I kind of balk, a stolen base,
right,
a squeeze, which is another lost art, and I finally convinced my guys.
Base.
Yeah, and I've convinced my guys, and when you tell them this, and it kind of clicked in their heads the last couple of years because we've squeezed more than we ever have. I go, guys, how is that any different than hitting a ground ball or hitting a sacrifice fly? And actually, if you get a strike, it's probably easier to do. Because all you got to do is bunt the ball right back to the pitcher. If you time it up right on a squeeze, just bunt the ball right back to the pitcher. And he's not going to get you out if you time it up. And how's that different than a sacrifice fly? How's that different than a ground ball? It's not. And in some cases, if you practice it, it's easier to accomplish. And
today with the rules, the catcher can't block the plate. He can't get up. He's got to stay out in front of it. So you've got that freer lane. This is Tyler Whitworth, isn't it, Coach?
Yes.
On the mound?
Yes, Hazelwood West.
Hazelwood West product. Big, tall kid.
Yeah. Left-handed hitter, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Yeah.
Pretty athletic.
Yeah.
81. That was 81 right there.
Now remember, most of these guys that you're seeing, they're 16. They're still 16 years old. I mean, they're not in the midst. They're doing fall ball and all that stuff,
That's
but
down.
They're not in the midst of a throwing program right now. That's isn't that Funkhauser's kid?
Funkhauser,
Yeah.
yep.
That's cool.
2 for 4 today.
He's a good little player, and it's they're not in the midst of a throwing program with their arms. I don't think most of these guys are not coming out here and like, okay, I've been preparing for. I'm ready to go. I'm on the top of my game. I've been been throwing for 4 weeks straight. I've had this going. I've been working on this, and this, and that. My son's team's practicing once or twice a week, but they're not in a throwing program. The pitchers are not doing something on a consistent basis.
Right.
To where our guys, Missouri Baptist, they're doing something 6 days a week, and there's a big difference.
Right now, correct?
Right now, my guys are doing something 6 days a week. Even if we don't practice on Saturdays, the pitchers are coming in Saturday morning, and we're putting an hour in just to get their throwing in, get their running in. They go to the weight room, and they do their stuff in the weight room, and they're done by 10 o'clock so they can go watch college football.
Well, and there's the other thing. We've talked a little bit about this, and my son can attest to it because from his senior year of high school to his freshman year of college baseball, the world is completely different. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, it's like, I got to do what?
Yeah. And it depends on where you're at, no question about that.
Sure.
But it's everybody says, well, I'll just even when people say, well, I'll just go to this school and play. Well, man, it's still good baseball. It's still college baseball. You think I'm just going to go to this school or I'm just going to go to that? Like I have guys that'll say, well, I'll just go play indie ball. I go, guys, indie ball is really, really good. You don't understand. You don't just walk out of Missouri Baptist and go play indie ball. It just doesn't work like that. And it's just it's really the term is an ignorance to it, and you're playing college baseball.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these kids, it's high school. They go home, play the video game, as you said. They're not in a throwing program. Well, all of a sudden that adjustment, college, fall through the winter. It's regimented. You're going through your programs. You're going through your steps because we're preparing to play at a different level, gentlemen. Yeah. And I don't know, and I think sometimes that's harder for some of these kids to transition to that may not be mentally prepared for that. I know, and maybe not every high school program has the understanding or knows how to prepare the kids.
Well, a
for
lot
that.
of them don't. I mean, that's why Tony's been so successful. He knows how to get these guys ready. I mean, a lot of the, and that's not a knock on the high school coaches.
No,
I mean,
I understand.
These guys
I
are
agree.
doing a lot of different stuff.
Sure.
And there's a lot going on with them, and that's not a knock on high school coaches at all. But I mean, you got guys that have been doing it for a long time, and they got a system, and it works, and they stick with it. And other guys are still trying to figure it out, but then they got to go teach math class, and they got this going on, they got that going on, and you know, and the athletic director or principal may be saying, well, you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you can't do this. That's all part of the whole thing. Everybody.
We won't even talk about Misha.
Yeah. You don't want to get him going, I'm sure.
Don't want to get me going.
I'm sure on that one.
That's why I said.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't want to get Tony going.
Oh,
but it's just,
mercy.
there's so many things, and it's frustrating sometimes when people just, you know, they think that we just show up and we fill out a lineup.
Did he
card.
get that one?
Hit that
Ground
pretty
rule
good.
Ground rule double.
Ground rule
Two
double.
ribs.
That's 2.
No, I only get one.
Was he at first?
No, he was at second base.
He was at
second,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Yep.
It was double steal.
That's right. Yeah, so I mean, there's so much that goes on, and it's like people say, "Hey, what are you doing in the summer?" I'm just hanging out in the cabana smoking cigars. I mean,
That'd be nice, right?
Yeah, we're just, you know, we got recruiting going on. We got kids going through the process. I mean, I got 25 to 30 new kids coming in every year, and they got to go through the whole process of getting everything ready so that they're ready in the fall when they show up. And then you're recruiting still. You're always recruiting, and then we have stuff going on at our field all the time. I mean, we have tournaments out at our field every weekend for almost over 2 months in the summer. So there's a lot going on. And in the fall, I mean, we go for 8 weeks, you know, practicing 5-6 days a week and lifting and all the stuff. And then when that's done, the guys get a week off and fall break, and then we're at it hard for 5 weeks lifting, just straight lifting. And you know, they're doing some other stuff on the side with different things, but there's a lot to it if you want to be successful.
You parents and kids I want you to listen. This is what college baseball is about. You got classes, but this is what it takes, right?
It
Coach?
takes you, and you know, and we talked about this earlier. One of the reasons that a lot of guys end up at our place is because it's a discipline issue. I mean, I'm telling you right now, we got some kids that are, you know, they're Power 5 type kids, talent wise,
right?
But they just lack some discipline in their lives, and that could be academically, that could be in relationships, you know, or that could just be a lack of discipline in their work ethic. Yeah, they have the talent, but you know, they're just not putting the time in. You go to, people talk about going to some of these schools they talk about. Do you know what you're not going to college. You're going to college. It's a full-time job. I mean, you're going to classes, you're going to studies, you're going to lifting, you're going to practice. I mean, you're going all the time.
Yeah.
They have, it's a wrong word to use. I want to say they have total control of you, but, you know, you've got a lot going on. You've got 20, you're doing something with baseball 20 to 25 hours a week.
Right.
You're doing something.
Yep.
And so, you know, you got to understand that. And I just get frustrated when people, you try to talk to them, explain to them some things, and they just don't have the want to understand that there's more to what's going on than they know. And when they talk about, it looks like the game might be over, and they talk about how, you know, if I was coaching, I'd do this or that, and they don't know. They just don't know, and that's a frustrating point to me. So,
Coach,
appreciate your time.
Hey, man. No, thanks for coming up and chatting with us.
Legend. It's always great.
It's fun. Guys, it looks like we got a ball game here. 8-4, the final. Illinois taking the game over Missouri. Hey, you know what? That's all right. It was some good baseball. Coach, last thoughts on this?
Oh, I think it was good baseball, and I think it's more than anything else, it's good exposure for these kids just with Eddie being here. And what do you think, Coach, about 15, 20 guys here maybe?
Oh, easily. I mean, you know, it's just, but, you know, it's got to be a fit again. Right. You know, you got kids there's one kid I know, left-handed kid from MICDS, and I saw him. He's been 84, 85
Jack,
before.
He was up here talking.
Yeah,
good
he's
kid.
Talented, but dude, he ain't coming to Missouri Baptist, I can guarantee you that, because he's got his academics. He's going to Ivy League school. You know, you're looking at these type of things, and that's great for that kid. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, academically, he's out the roof. He's really, really strong academic kid. And, you know, if he wants to be an engineer, He's not coming. I mean, we have good academics. Don't get me wrong. Our academics are very strong. But if you want to be an engineer, you're not going to come to Missouri Baptist.
Right.
That's just that's not our niche.
Maybe go to Kansas State or something.
or Georgia Tech.
Right.
We'll play for Danny Hall down at Georgia Tech.
Exactly.
But it's all fine in a niche. But there's definitely 15 kids out here that have a chance to play at a good level of college baseball.
Absolutely.
No question.
They're putting themselves in a good position to be seen, and that's what the whole purpose of.
Yep.
I heard overheard one of the pitchers talking about just the purpose. He was here. He wanted to improve his numbers.
Yeah.
And that's the kids understand what needs to be done, and now they've set goals for themselves to improve their numbers, to improve themselves, and that's on them. That's on them.
Yeah.
They got to get out there and they got to lift. They got to run. They got to do all the things that need to be done. All the throwing programs, and it starts soon.
Yeah, and you can show some things like we were sitting here joking about my son throwing that ball up the line a little bit, but what he did do right there, he goes, I got some arm strength.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's what people are out here
Paying attention to.
and paying attention to. And that kid's got some arm strength. And I'm talking about my son again, but nice at bat, line drive down the right field line, those kind of things. They're seeing those kind of things and they're writing those kind of things down. So okay, I'm going to go watch this kid again because I want to see if this.
Yeah, the thing about effort on the field that the college coach is looking for, if a guy pops one up in the infield or it's a weak ground ball, how hard is he busting his tail down the line? I mean, is he busting his tail down the line? Eddie's going to say, I want that kid because he's hustling.
Body language. Body language is underrated.
Body language is huge.
Highly underrated.
Yep.
Highly underrated. So.
Guys, thanks, Coach Perkins.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Man, we'll
Anytime.
see you at the
That's
show.
fun.
We'll get you on the show. Eddie, got to come
great.
on the show with us, man.
Definitely. Anytime.
I'll get Coach get in touch with you. We'll get you on the show and talk baseball.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Hey, for everybody here at GCS Ballpark, everybody have a great night. For PBR, thanks, Kevin, Drew. Appreciate you guys. We're out.
Better thank your son.